Speaking of cool stuff. Oh no, there's no Pioneer Rat Thew. I forgot that set. I mean, you don't have to worry if you feel inspired, Silent Soul, by all means. By all means. But I'd like a little Rat Thew with like a Davy Crockett kind of hat. Be pretty cute. Pretty cute. All right, let's do the Enchant Worldles and stuff, and then we can start talking cards. We have a very, I don't know, I'm probably going to be streaming for a long time. A hot minute. Nyxweaver, 3 mana, uncommon. It's neither black nor green, neither an enchantment nor a creature. There's for knowledge. It is a 3 mana instant that has a subtype, or yeah, Flames of the Bloodhand. Wait, I thought Flames of the Bloodhand had a subtype. Shit. Three mana white instant. Crib swap. Oh, right, that's going to be, well, I guess Kindred instant. Am I missing something? It had the trap. Pit volley trap. I think is what it's called. Pitfall trap? That's the one. Woo! How does he do it? How does he do it? I mean, the fact that it had a subtype and it wasn't typo or whatever is one thing. You know, that actually leads us to something else. But if you don't remember the traps, then you're fucking done. They didn't make any more of these, right? I thought this was a pretty cool sub-theme. Shame that they didn't make, I guess Mindbreak Trap is like a well-known one, but, and like Archive Trap and stuff, but, you know. I like these. I like the traps. I thought they were cool. Lava Ball Trap was wild. I played a Type 2 deck. Well, I guess it was standard at the time. Played a standard deck with Lava Ball Trap. It was all about getting Lava Ball Trap online, so you could pay 5 minutes at instant speed, wrath their board, destroy 2 of their lands. Damn, that was messed up. All right. That's the Enchant Worldle. On to the Spellify. Never ever in my life have I hopped on to the old B... Wait, where's the BJ? I guess Jam and Wheeler stream and saw you actually play Magic. Really? I've dabbled in this game once or twice. I've dabbled. Okay, bye chat. I gotta do this. Huh? Is that a goblin? No. Red creature. If at red creatures with a replacement effect. Combat? If combat, this isn't damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If combat,
the stars of 4 Kids will sing the national anthem.
Okay, nobody spoil this because I have to look at who's raiding. Oh, Jim, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. We've just started, and boy are my arms tired. We are just doing our I said weekly. We're doing our traditional quiz beginning, where we have already crushed the Enchant Worldle. Now we're trying to crush the Spellifies. Then we're going to be talking about some cards. And then after we talk about cards for God knows how long, then we're going to be playing some cards. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you again. Welcome, folks. Now I have to turn my back on you. Or at the very least, I have to close this because we don't look at chat when we do this. Oh. If Coco... Is this Combat Celebrant? Yep. Easy money. Easy money. All right, now I can look at your beautiful faces very briefly. Do I know what lure, folks? Oh, boss, you did say a banned word there. Oh, wait. Now I realize that the ban message also has the banned words. Jesus Christ. This is... You don't have to apologize. I believe Ben and Jacob are going. I think we're sending Ben and Jacob on. Okay, now let's go back to... Let's get to the real nitty-gritty. Oh, crap. Look at all these activated abilities. Blankety blank. It's a legendary creature. When card name ATTACK. Nope. ENT. Is this... I forget if these have been, like, updated. Yes. So it is just like it's Oracle text. So it has enters. When card name enters, create a something token. Create a clue token. No, create a food token. When card name enters, create a food token. I assume it looks like create a food token. Yeah. So it's a legendary creature that makes a food token on ETB. And then there are 2 activated abilities. Sacrifice a food, blank. Sacrifice, and they both sacrifice a food. Oh, it's the Sweet Tooth. What's her name? Greta Sweet Tooth something. Oh, what are you called? Greta Sweet Tooth Menace? MENACE. No. Greta Sweet Tooth Grimace. Menace. I gotta figure something else out. Menace. Oh. C. Scourge. Scourge? Greta Sweet Tooth Scourge. Woo! Not bad, not bad. Although this card is literally standard legal. So, and I believe I've played this Magic card in a format for some amount of dollars. Or at least, at the very least, store credit. It's basically the same thing. Classic Magic playerism. Yeah, it's the store credit's basically money. So I'm actually making money by doing this, says the person going X and 1 at F&M. Okay, now with that out of the way, do I ever do the Commander Codex game? I used to do it occasionally. I did it after I was like, I need more than just Enchant Worldle, but Spellify is being like, well, perfect. So you've been doing Spellify. Commander Codex is also kind of frustrating. It's not a bad thing, but it's kind of frustrating because there are spots where, like, I don't know, legendary creatures. It's remembering their titles is the hard part, you know? Okay. So what are we doing here? Well, I'm going to be doing two things. I'm going to start off the stream. There's going to be kind of two parts. And actually, for those watching the VOD, this will be reflected in that. They're going to be chopped up for the YouTube. The first part is going to be talking about Pioneer Masters through the lens of Gladiator. Obviously, doing a set review for cards that already exist in paper can be a little weird, but the fact that they are being brought to a platform for a format that does not have them means that there's some interesting conversation points to be had, especially when some of these cards may not line up particularly well against, you know, the Modern Horizons 3 cards or Alchemy cards or whatever, right? But I think that's interesting enough of a talking point for some of them, even if they don't. And I guess because of all the North 100 in me, I will talk about more or less every mythic rare or new card that I expect people to ask about or maybe look into or something along those lines. The same way that, again, North 100 would cover. I'm going to be going through Wooburg. If somebody happens to have a list of the cards excluded from this, then that would be lovely. Like the Goblin Pile Driver and friends that are not making their way to Arena for some reason, but, well, I mean, we know why Pile Driver is likely not in this bunch, but that we could look forward to. That would be great. Hey, Wheeler, big fan, first time chatter. Can't wait to hear you tell us that Sylvan Caryatid is good. Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday we had it in a cube deck. Cast Time Walk, cast Initiative creatures, fixed my mana, which was dreadful. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Okay, let's start. So starting with white, we have a Johnny Steadfast. 3 and a white for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker, a Johnny. +1. Until end of turn, up to 1 target creature gets +1/+1. Gains first strike, vigilance, and lifelink. -2. You put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control and a loyalty counter on each other planeswalker you control. -7. You get an emblem with if a source would deal damage to you or a planeswalker you control, prevent all but 1 of that damage. So Johnny's got an ability here that's really appealing, right? That +1 is just like, wow, what if I turned my thing into the most fucked up Baneslayer Angel you could imagine, right? But who cares? Because you get maybe one of this. You do get to attack. You do get to, have the creature get vigilance, and then you can smack them, gain some life, and then it's on defense, and that's cool. And you got a 5 loyalty planeswalker. But that's just not really enough to get out of 4 mana, especially when it can't really defend itself. You have a -2, which putting a 1/1 counter on each of your other creatures and your other planeswalkers sounds pretty good, right? You buff your team, you get your other walkers closer to ulting or doing something gross, and then your opponent has to decide, well, which one am I fighting? Am I fighting the Ajani? Am I fighting the other ones? But you need to have other cards, and ideally multiple other cards for that to be even slightly relevant. So Ajani really suffers because of a lack of defending itself. It just can't really do that. And in order to get any real juice out of this card, you have to be, already ahead and try to snowball your lead, which there are other 4 mana planeswalkers that do much better at that in white, nonetheless. One of them that we will see shortly. And then if you aren't ahead and you're in fact behind, this isn't really going to put you in a position where you stabilize. And if you're really far behind, this doesn't do anything to keep you alive. So starting off pretty low with this Planeswalker. This Planeswalker wasn't particularly good when it came out, but definitely nowadays it does not really hold up. Archangel of Thune. 3 white for a 3/4 flying lifelink angel. Whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Archangel of Thune is a part of several combos, of which we don't really have the matching pieces on Arena in Gladiator. We have a couple of them. Oh, sorry, my cat's doing a very odd... What are you doing, Mulder? What are you trying to do? We have a couple of the combos available. I don't know. This card's not on Arena. I did a look-see-poo through all of the set. Doesn't mean I won't double up on some of them, but most of the I did a double check for everything. That's the one little bit I did. Other than that, I don't know anything about this set. But Archangel of Thune can have some play in decks that have a bunch of repeatable life gain. There are a ton of these Ajani Pridemate style cards that you can build around, wherein that deck only cares about redundancy. There are probably some combo applications that are a little more laborious than just taking a Spike Feeder and combining with this card. Doing stuff with Scurry Oak and like an ETB trigger. Doing something with God, what's the other one? There's another one. There's like a modern list that popped up for a while that used some kind of combination of cards. It was in like a Cocoa Shell, and then Boros Energies just kind of paved over everything. Yeah, it kind of has Heliod Ballista vibes. We don't have Ballista yet. I don't know if we're going to get it. I imagine we'll get it at some point in time. Yeah, this is a card that is probably better off just like being like, hey, this is on Arena. Great. Now we wait. You can do some cool stuff with this. I imagine I will stream some cool stuff with this. But it is just kind of in that category of like, great. Now we just need the other pieces. Call to the Gatewatch is 2 and a white for a sorcery. You search your library for a Planeswalker, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. 3 mana, draw a card is a little not great. 3 mana tutor for a Planeswalker is a little not great. Or at least we already have Search for Glory as kind of an alternative. The 3 mana snow sorcery that finds a legendary card or snow permanent or saga. That card being a bit more flexible because one, if you're like a big white deck or a mono white deck, being able to find a legendary card, also extends to finding something like a Beza if you really want to stabilize that way. Finding a saga if you go as big as playing like ECD, or even if you just want to find like a Restoration of a Gonjo and use all your mana. You got a bunch of stuff there. And then obviously the life gain, because nobody's going to redain you in 2024. And might as well play the Snowlands unless you just want your deck to have a very specific basic land. But if there is a version of a Super Friends style control or Super Friends style prison stacksy, kind of try to control the board and start popping off with Planeswalkers, it's not unreasonable to have a card like this, and having some redundancy is kind of nice because, well, that's what your deck's built around. Especially if, as we get more Planeswalkers that have, wraths associated with them. We have Elspeth Sun's Champion already on Arena from the Bloomborough mouse version. This product actually releases it as not a mouse. Wow, what is with that framing? Anyways, or the Eternal Wanderer, the 6 mana one. So you do have tutor up the Wrath Planeswalker, and then you can threaten that with how you're developing the board. The play pattern of play one of these, and then next turn play an actual Wrath, and then follow that up with playing a second Wrath, and it's just lights out for these creature decks. Is pretty great. But again, if you want 2, it's there. If you only want 1, we already have Search for Glory. But a lot of what this set is going to bring is either redundancy or cards like the next one. Chain to the Rocks. Chain to the Rocks is 1 white for an enchantment aura. Enchant mountain you control. And when Chain to the Rocks enters, you exile target creature an opponent controls until Chain to the Rocks leaves. So this is a 1 mana exile, get rid of a creature card, right? That requires you to be in Boros. And when this card came out, it saw a little play and has popped up a bit in like Pioneer play or whatever, but it's never really been a thing that you... it's a thing that looks a lot better than it was in practice. But now, fast forward to 2024, when we got Triomes, we got Fetch lands, we got Surveil lands, you know, being able to have a 2-color or even a 3-color mana base where you are going to have, you know, a mountain in your white deck is pretty nice, especially a 1-mana enchantment where we've seen some of the Naya enchantment decks pop up, or there's another card up here that'll be kind of relevant for this one, Open the Armory, being able to find an aura and a equipment, and that deck's probably Boros and it finds this, and you know, there's a couple of little cute things that have made this card better. So to tie that all together, you know, a lot of this product is providing redundancy or optional redundancy. Cards that were not as great, you know, not that great when they came out initially, but now they have some, they just happen to like fit very nicely into a specific color combination, or they happen to just jive with the type of cards that now see play. Yeah, Mama Guard's saying all 3 Boros control players are hooting and hollering. We have seen, you know, Boros control, Boros midrange pop up more and more as like a legitimate thing to do instead of just something someone does because they refuse to play blue or they refuse to play Rakdos or whatever. It's an exile is a lot more important than just flat out damage because the things are just so much bigger nowadays. So yeah, cool little get. Cool get. There's some big enchantment cards here like Celestial Archon and Dictate of Heliod that I'm not super excited to play. I'm not really enthused. They're kind of just big and clunky, but if you want more, you know, large enchantments, there are large enchantments there. Eidolon of Rhetoric, 2 and a white for a 1/4 enchantment creature spirit. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. We have a lot of actual factual Staxy creatures popping up now, and depending on how the meta kind of builds out for some of the combo decks or some of the like cheap cantrip, play a bunch of spells sort of decks, this is just a nice little thing that you can have if you are going ham on the death and taxes part of like mono white. It's not an immediately slide into your main deck sort of card, especially because you can't actually find this off of something like Recruiter of the Guard, or you couldn't find it, obviously can't find it off Ranger, Captain of Eos, or whatever. But it has a reasonable body, at least when it comes to not dying to Bolt and Galvanic Discharge and friends. And can be a real big stinker, especially if you are a list that again has a bunch of these limiting pieces, protective pieces, and stuff like that. Fiendslayer Paladin. I guess I could be I could be expanding this card art. Fiendslayer Paladin is 1 white for a 2/2 human knight with first strike and lifelink, and says Fiendslayer Paladin can't be the target of black or red spells your opponents control. This one's kind of a funny one. It is, again, not an everyday food, but if you are on like a mono white or a white X humans deck, and you've noticed that there just so happens to be quite a bit of Rakdos running around, quite a bit of blue-black or Grixis or whatever, this card can be incredibly annoying. Notably, it's only spells, and so they can get around it with activate, abilities from like Planeswalkers or Grim Lavamancer or whatever can be a little bit of a pisser. But it's, again, another tool to be like, oh, okay, yeah, you know what? I need another 3-drop, and this is one that can be real annoying. And again, in some decks, just like damn near impossible to kill, especially when paired with additional protective cards like your Giver of Ruins or your Sajiri Shelter or whatever. Or the dog. Speaking of the dog, Gideon, ally of Zendikar. 2. Sorry, Silent Soul just said, look at the Discord. It might be my worst rat yet. Is that a good thing? Hey, check this out. It sucks. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I mean, is it the worst rat? Or is it going to be one of the best rats? People are going to love this rat. Although, I think people might love this rat more for the... more for the pickaxe. People see the Minecraft thing and they lose their mind. Look at that. You got the Frontier hat. You got a little Minecraft pick. Thank you, Silent Soul. I don't know how that could be the worst rat. We have so many rat thieves now.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
Okay, Rusty Venture back for the 21st month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Do I think there's a reason why I increased some Planeswalkers recently? Well, these are all reprints. But for the main sets, they had a bunch of Planeswalkers. People got tired of them. And then people were like, hey, we kind of miss Planeswalkers. They are kind of a large part of the game's identity. You gotta... There's a fine medium, too, you know? Would I be interested in a German foil... Wait, German foil ice age? What? Was there a German foil... Was there like a promo? German foil ice age dark ritual. I mean, the answer is yes. I do swap my dark rituals around. I use my beta ritual, and then I have an FBB German ritual. But I also want to grab a German foil. Like, I'd be meaning to get a German foil dark ritual. The Mercadian Masks one is the one that I have on my list. But obviously, finding a German foil Rebecca Gay card from an old bordered set is well, that is on one of the best cards of all time is a bit difficult. Okay, let's talk about Gideon. Let's talk about Gideon. But the answer, Forest Fox, is yes. If you'd like, you can DM me and we can figure it out. So Gideon, ally of Zendikar, 2 white for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker Gideon that has +1 until end of turn. He becomes a 5/5 human soldier ally creature that with indestructible, that's still a planeswalker, and you prevent all damage to be dealt to him this turn. For 0, you make a 2/2 white knight ally creature token, and for -4, you create an emblem with, or you get an emblem that says creatures you control get +1/+1. I mean, if you played with this card, you know. This card is very good. It is not as good as it used to be in stuff like Canadian Highlander and doesn't really show up that much, I gotta imagine, in Pioneer. but we have seen a rise in these mono white mid-range, mono white token control style decks that would love having cards like this, right? These are decks that get away with playing the 4-mana Elspeth, Archangel Elspeth. And Gideon is, I think this Gideon sees play in the Yorion builds for Pioneer. This card is just so much better than it looks. It's the kind of card, it's like Siege Rhino, in that you're like, yeah, it's probably outclassed, but you will still die to this. And if your opponent doesn't have like an answer, and this card can be a little difficult to answer, you're just going to lose. And especially without Caracas, right? That one of the big issues with this card in Canadian Highlander is Caracas. Being able to just pop that back to your hand, and you never really get to, you know, you paid 4 mana for this thing that is only just pooping out 2/2s or using the emblem or whatever. But yeah, out of all the cards in this set, this is one of the ones I'm most excited for, just because this card takes over the game very quickly if it is not answered. And it often just leaves behind a body. It's good. It's reasonable, I should say, defensively, like being able to make a blocker every single turn. Being able to, like other Gideons, like Gideon of the Trials, being able to just like play this defensive role until you clear the board, and then all of a sudden it's a real boy now, and you're killing people, and that's pretty nice. So excited to have this card. I imagine it will see quite a bit of play in the mono white deck that I mentioned, or the mono white decks rather, but also if you're like a white X mid-range deck, it's worth a shot. If you're a tokens deck, it's worth a shot. You know, it's just a good card. Admittedly, not as multi-dimensional as something like the Wandering Emperor, but what are you going to do? It's the Wandering Emperor. I want to talk about Hallowed Moonlight very quickly. Hallowed Moonlight, 1 and a white for an instant until end of turn. If a creature would enter and if it wasn't cast, you exile it instead, and you draw a card. Excuse me, I have to pop my ears here. This card's better than it looks. It's a sideboard card. I think it's actually a main deck card in that mono white deck that I mentioned as well, at least in the Yorion build, because it's very good at mucking your opponent's tokens. It's cheap card that replaces itself, that can muck tokens, muck the Finale Devastation, Eldritch Evolution, Prime Speaker Vannifar sort of thing. Ephemerates. It just will not reanimate because that's banned, but unearth and, you know, whatever. There are a bunch of things that this card can hit while replacing itself. And yeah, it's really annoying. It's an annoying thing to have to think about. And you get a lot of points by just having this card. It kind of fills this like Shadow of Doubt sort of role. Shadow of Doubt being the 2 mana instant that says players can't search your libraries, draw a card, where at the end of the day, it just cycles itself and happens to do so while being a spell. But if you see it in your opponent's deck list, if there are open deck lists, then you're going to be thinking about it for the rest of your life. Like you need to have that, you know, in mind when you are playing the match. And if it's a closed deck list, you might just get got when you try to do a reasonable play, or like it'll make you think about if your opponent has like 2 mana open and then they cast, so let's go with the Wandering Emperor, and they're like, okay, I'll play the Wandering Emperor and I'll make a Samurai for the blocker instead of, you know, using the exile, so I just have more loyalty available. And you're like, nope, no blockers. Yeah, pretty cool card. We already have Heliod's Pilgrim. Heliod, God of the Sun, 3 and a white for a 5/6 legendary enchantment creature god with indestructible. As long as your devotion to white is less than 5, Heliod isn't a creature. Other creatures you control have vigilance, and pay 2 white, create a 2/1 white cleric enchantment creature token. So this card is another one of these cards where when it initially came out, it was not great. Pretty bad. It saw a little bit of play, mostly as a one of, because this ability can take over a game. It's a little expensive, but it can take over a game. And we are at a point now where I'll talk about this with, I think, one of the next cards that's in the list as well, is that it gets a lot of benefits from just being an enchantment creature that also makes more enchantment creatures. Or it's an enchantment that makes more enchantments that technically has some, like a combat relevant ability attached to it, which is pretty nice. So it's not a, holy shit, I gotta call my mom and tell her that they put Heliod, God of the Sun, on Arena. But it is a thing where it's like, well, we just talked about all these like white X, like token control, enchantment, engine piece kind of decks. And so there is a home to try this kind of card out. Often those decks have limited slots, but some of them are going to push this card in their lists in favor of maybe a more powerful card, because of the synergy from it being an enchantment, the synergy from these being enchantments, and also just being like a mana sink for your Sanctum Weavers and whatever to get infinite constellation triggers. I guess I can skip Hero of Erois and talk about Hopeful Eidolon. Hopeful Eidolon. Hopeful Eidolon is actually the card that I was talking about, right there. So it's 1 mana for a 1/1 lifelink enchantment creature that has Bestow for 3 and a white. It says enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Again, a bit of a weird one to talk about positively because it's not that good. And in fact, I think I roasted Surge about this card on North 100. But we are hitting a point where, because of the Jumpstart 2025, because of the Duskmourn Alchemy and Duskmourn itself, as well as like MH3, we have hit a point where there's just a lot of reinforcement for the enchantment decks, and the enchantment decks just playing as many enchantment creatures as possible. Like, we are at a point now where you could build a 3-color enchantment deck where the only, or even more honestly, where the only non-enchantment cards you're playing are going to be your swords and your path, or stuff like Generous Visitor and Kami of Transience and Optimistic Scavenger, right? Where it's just, you're so overloaded on enchantments. And being a 1-mana 1/1 lifelink means it's a 1-mana enchantment. It's a 1-mana enchantment that holds other enchantments very well. And if you draw it late, you can slap it onto something and, giving a big donkey lifelink is pretty nice. It's not like it's again, not something you phone home about, but it provides more reinforcement towards a theme for a deck that just really wants you to commit to that theme as much as possible. Oh, I might have to draft this format if this guy's a common. Hero of Erois. Also, this guy is now being... this guy went from rare to uncommon to common. I'm pretty sure I paid like $5 a pop for this card as a rare at rare, for that SCG that I played Blue White Heroic. I mean, that deck was like $40 max, but anyways, Hero of Erois, 1 white for a 2/2 human soldier that has aura spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And Heroic, whenever you cast a spell that targets Hero of Erois, you put a 1/1 counter on Hero of Erois. Yeah, pretty straightforward. This is something that you can play if you decide to forego some of the points that I talked about with Hopeful Eidolon, where being able to play, some cards that are like worse than your non-enchantment cards, but they're an enchantment. That's a decision you can make. A different decision you can make is just saying like, no, I need some number of cards like this, right? I need some number of cards that are, while they're technically not an enchantment itself, this card obviously wants you to play enchantments, specifically auras. This is also worth mentioning because with Duskmourn, there's so much territory that we haven't really explored with the enchantment style decks, because I could be talking about Enchantress like proper, where you're trying to control the board and draw a bunch of cards. I could be talking about something that looks to play mono enchantment creatures and doing stuff along those lines. Or I could be talking about something that has more of a Bogles style to it, right? Like a Bant Hexproof or a Bant Auras with a bunch of protection, where I just load up on this guy and then I have a Snakeskin Veil and you're fucked, right? So there's kind of a different spread between what you can do. Really just untread territory, which I find to be pretty interesting. And also, I don't know, I could use this as a call to action for this kind of thing, because this is where a lot of Magic players tend to limit themselves. Is, you know, it's not enough to be like, I want to play an enchantment deck. What kind of enchantment deck do you want to play? You know, what kind, like, are we talking, how do you want to use these enchantments? What type of enchantments do you want to play? What do you want these enchantments to reinforce? You know, that sort of thing. I'm going to blow my nose 1 second. Excuse me.
Eggs, EGGS eggs.
Mass loss for the 67th month. Jesus Louises. 67 months and still Wizards won't add Commander to MTGO. Wait, what? Do you know that there's Commander? You know Commander's on Magic Online. Or is this you're calling Canadian Highlander Canadian Commander? I can't tell. Am I being paranoid? Am I getting got? Either way, thank you for the 67 months. It's a long ass time. Glad to have you. Good to see him. Thank you for the support. Hushwing Griff. 2 and a white for a 2/1 flying flash Hippogriff with creatures entering don't cause abilities to trigger. This one is kind of in line with what I said about Eidolon of the Eidolon of Rhetoric, although this one is admittedly a bit better. This one is more of a, you can just play it, although this one tends to backfire because, well, 2 reasons. One, this one has a gotcha component to it, which is kind of nice. The other cards, like your Stern Proctor and your Doorkeeper Thrall, I guess Doorkeeper Thrall has a gotcha as well. Yeah, that one also covers artifacts. I guess Doorkeeper Thrall is a 1/2. There's a lot of words for me to say that usually these cards just don't see play. If you're really, really stuck on just sticking a middle finger to decks that play like ETBs, sure, you can play this card, but you're probably going to hurt yourself more than you are going to harm them. I think where this deck might actually shine, or where this card might actually shine, and Doorkeeper Thrall can kind of stick in that, is if we're talking about like a blue-white or Esper Skies style deck. So the really, you play a bunch of cheap flyers at 1 and 2, you play some counter spells, and then at 3 you have just mono flash creatures, right? Like you have your Brazen Borrower, your Vendilion Clique, you have the Even Skirmisher, and maybe a card like this. But I'm not super excited, but it is a nice little one to call out. What I am super excited about is Imposing Sovereign. This card is a house. 1 and a white for 2/1 Human Noble. It's a creature. It says creatures your opponents control enter tapped. Very straightforward, very simple. We have cards that do stuff like this. We have Thalia Heretic Cathar. Occasionally y'all run into people playing Kinjali Sunwing as well, but Thalia is the big one you see. Thalia does a little bit more, but also costs 3 mana. And this one, just being a 2-drop that is also a human, is a great addition if you're playing a humans deck. Really annoying to play against this card. Really annoying to play against this card. And you are likely playing this in addition to Thalia Heretic Cathar if you are on like a mono-white humans or even like a Boros humans deck. Because often the way to beat those decks is to, you could try to 1-for-1 them, but you're often just trading neutral or mana negative on getting rid of your cards unless you use like a sweeper. But obviously your sweepers are going to be a little more expensive because of cards like Thalia, or, a little less effective because of cards like the Selfless Savior or Dauntless Bodyguard, I guess being a human. And so just try to play to the board can be a way to help stem the bleeding, and getting this card down earlier makes that really tough. Also, this art is gorgeous. I would love a German foil of this card. I should add that to my list. Let me add this to my Wheeler list. Let me add this to my list real quick. Okay, there we go. Oh, you didn't hear that. Great. Is this a Canlander staple? It comes in and out. I wouldn't call it a staple. It used to be a staple. Now it will occasionally appear in like the mono white humans lists if they want more 2-drops and 3-drops and stuff. Speaking of mono white humans, Knight of the White Orchid. This is another card that I bet you would think that this card was on Arena. It is not. 2 mana 2/2 first strike, human knight. When it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you can search your library for a plains, put it into play, then shuffle. This one is a little weird nowadays. It was, there's the MH3 muck their land. They find one, the Phantom. But this card can have some utility for catching up. It can certainly see play in some of those mono white annoying decks. I don't even know what to call them. They're more than ruin your evening. But they're like a mono white mid range. Like these kind of cards are like totally reasonable in mono white mid range. This one especially because it finds non-basic planes. There some of the other ones, like Loyal Warhound is the one that comes up, the one from AFR, I think it is. This having human creature type, not the most relevant in those decks, but here we are. First strike on 2/2, pretty nice. Means that you're not getting Bowmasters out of the sky, like your Imposing Sovereign, I guess. And being able to find, I mean, those decks don't always play like the gates anymore. I don't know. I'm kind of curious now that I'm saying it out loud. Like, because a lot of the times these decks are mono white, but you could play a couple of Surveil lands. In that this comes into play, finds a Surveil land, and then you get a cool little Surveil trigger plus the ramp. You could have this card come into play and find, I don't know, if you're feeling nasty, you can find like an Idyllic Grove or Idyllic Grange. Is that what it's called? You put the 1/1 counter on this card. It's kind of fun. Or if you have a splash, you could find a Triome. Something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Kind of a neat little card. It's a good Magic card. Sees a bit of play. Outside of, in paper, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Sees a bit of play. So it makes sense that it might see some play here. Oh, hell yeah. All right. So this is the big one. One of the big ones. Kythian, Hero of Akros. 1 white for a 2/1 legendary creature human soldier. At the end of combat, if Kythian, Hero of Akros, and at least 2 other creatures attacked this combat, exile Kythian and then return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. And you can pay 2 and a white. Kythian gains indestructible until end of turn. So the floor of this card is that you are playing a 1 mana legendary 2-power creature that is a human, also a soldier for what it's worth, that you can protect with mana. And also, if you attack with 3 things, pretty easy to do in decks that want to play a 1 mana 2/1, you get Gideon Battleforged. And now I will finally figure out what this card does exactly, and I will never forget it. I now own an English copy. I no longer only own a Russian copy that I have no idea what it does. So here we are. 3 starting loyalty. +2, up to 1 target creature an opponent controls attacks Gideon during its controller's next turn if able. Pretty good. Getting this up to 5 loyalty and forcing them to attack, not bad. +1, until your next turn, target creature gains indestructible and untap that creature. So again, if we attacked with a bunch of creatures, we can then use this post-combat to untap our best blocker or creature with some nasty combat abilities or something we just want to protect during our opponent's turn, and it becomes indestructible. And then 0, Gideon becomes a 4/4 human soldier with indestructible, and you prevent all damage to be dealt to him this turn. Yeah, Gideon's cracked. Big, huge upgrade for any of the aggressive white decks or white X decks. Naya Legends could run it. Boros Humans, Mono White. Like this card's the real deal. I'll throw a bone to Laguna Band Trailblazer. 1 mana 0/4 Centaur Scout with Heroic. When you cast a spell that targets Laguna Band Trailblazer, you put a 1/1 counter on it. I am not a fan of these. It is a 1 mana card. Like Favored Hoplite is the big one. The big 1 mana heroic card, which we already have. If you want redundancy and you really want to commit to the theme, then you can play this card as well. This does dodge Lightning Bolt right out the gates, or Galvanic Discharge and Friends. The one issue with this is that the Hoplite gets some strength by being able to just attack. Like, you could just turn it sideways and peck at them until they start to get really peeved off, and then they try to use a spell, and then you blow them out, right? So it's not, you lose a little bit of that juice, but if you really want to commit to this theme and go all in on these, I'm casting spells, I'm targeting my things, I'm on like 18 or 19 creatures or whatever, and then all pump spells, this is a totally reasonable card for that deck. I closed the other window I was using. This is terrible. Technically there's Lenvala, but wow. This card sure is not Beza, huh? This card sure is not Beza. Lotus Eye Mystics. This one's kind of a funny one. The combo isn't in on. We don't have the combo on Arena, do we? We don't have Angelic Renewal. I feel like if we had Angelic Renewal, I'd know we had Angelic Renewal. No, not yet. When it enters, you return an enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand, and you have Angelic Renewal with when this dies, you sacrifice the renewal, this comes back to play, and then returns that to your hand, and you get the picture. Oath of Gideon's kind of a funny one. 3 mana legendary enchantment makes 2 1/1 white core ally tokens, and each player you control enters with an additional loyalty counter. 3 mana make 2 1/1 sorcery speed is not very good. The additional loyalty counter also not particularly good, but we have, again, that very annoying mono white tokens control style deck is powerful, and this does all the things that deck's looking to do. Open the Armory. 1 and a white for a sorcery that says search your library for an aura or equipment card. Put it into your hand and shuffle your library afterward. Please ignore me as I try to search up some things so that I can justify why I'm talking about this. Okay. So this card is a more expensive Steel Shaper's Gift sort of card. It's going to, like, the only place that I could foresee this card showing up is going to be the Boros equipment deck, which already has access to fighter class, as well as, I guess, Kellen. I think this might just do exactly what Kellen does on his Birthright Boon. That's what it is. And so while you're probably playing Kellen and you're probably playing fighter class, if you want to play an additional copy of this card, you have this one. The ability to find an aura is relevant for 2 major cards. or I guess 3 major cards. One of them being the what is it? Shard Mage's Rescue, the 1 mana enchantment aura with flash that says enchanted creature gets hexproof. 2 mana being able to find yourself like an instant speed protection card. Pretty nice, especially if we're a deck that's just trying to load up equipment and make a thing big. That's kind of cool, but also ossification and now Chained to the Rocks. Or I guess Sheltered by Ghosts as well. That's a reasonable card to include in this kind of collection. Basically, it finds your equipment in your equipment deck, and it can also find a piece of cheap removal. So that's worth including. That was a lot of talking to get to nothing. That was a lot of talking to be like, hey, it finds Chained to the Rocks and Embercleave. Honka, honka. As if I won't be talking enough today. Phalanx Leader. White for a 1/1 human soldier with heroic. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Phalanx Leader, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Again, if we're going all in on a heroic deck and just want to play cards with, well, heroic. Hold on. Surge DM'd me. Why did you DM me? I don't even think this is a card, dude. That is not the name of a Magic card. Anyways, 2 mana 1/1 heroic. When you cast a spell, targets it, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control, which includes itself. So again, if we're really looking to just max out on the heroic cards, this could be a card that you play where you target it, it gets bigger. If you happen to have additional things, they also get bigger. These decks typically don't go wide. The whole point is going tall. But there are spots where you will want to play out multiple creatures to try and get around, blockers or just to keep up the pressure. And being able to pump your other things while not having to target them with your spells is kind of nice. I'm not as convinced to play this card over like something like the Skyguard and the 10th District Legionnaire and the Embereth Challenger and all those kind of cards. There's just better versions of this, like of a 2 mana 1/1 that grows. But this does have some uniqueness to its ability. And like we said with Laguna Trailblazer, or Laguna Band Trailblazer, this can, really pop off. Like if you're in the dedicated version of that deck. I believe Secure the Wastes. There's Sage's Reverie is technically new to Arena. 3 and a white for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Sage's Reverie enters, you draw a card for each aura you control that's attached to a creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each aura you control that's attached to a creature. This is expensive, but it's kind of nice to have one of these type of cards, right? Like Ethereal Armor is obviously the nut. It's 1 mana, doesn't care where the enchantments are from, and you get a big bonus. Ancestral Mask, a bit more expensive, but +2/+2 for each other enchantment, huge bonus, right? This one, you play it, you draw a bunch of cards, and then you just crunch. And it gives you, probably like +3/+3 or +4/+4. It's drawing some cards. It's a neat one to want to include if you want like 1 or 2 4-drops in your deck. Like typically these aura decks, their curve is very condensed, right? Because you get a lot from playing multiple cards a turn or being able to keep up, mana for protection spells. But playing one kind of big haymaker style card of like, yeah, I'm playing this, it's pushing damage, and I'm drawing like 3 cards or whatever. is a nice little get. Secure the Wastes. X and a white instant. Create X 1/1 warrior tokens. I'm not super convinced that this card is going to show up too much, but it is scarier than it looks. It comes out of nowhere. You end a turn, you just fire this off for 1,000,000, and it's pretty scary. It's just the fact that this is an instant, the fact that it has X can make it a lot scarier than it looks. But I don't know how up to snuff this card is in 2024. Soon to be 2025. Yeah, it's like, we're not talking about this card as just a control finisher. I think you need to play some additional support for a card like this. But then why do I want to play additional support for a card that is going to be at its best when I put a ton of mana into it? Serge was talking about Shatter Skull Smashing. Shatter Skull Smashing. Luke 1 Christ back for the 15th month. Hope you had a good holiday. Glad to have you back. I did. Mushrooms. Marshmallows on yams is the truth. It's the truth. Skyline chili rules. And I don't think the Cincinnati airport should be in Kentucky. Thank you. Thank you. Silence. 1 white for an instant. Your opponents can't cast spells this turn. So now we have Silence and Orum's Chant on Arena. We don't really have a combo deck that is too worried about... I mean, maybe we're at the point where we are getting close, right? Like, we don't have the rituals for a dedicated storm deck for Tendrils. We don't have, obviously don't have Black Lotus or Lion's Eye Diamond. We don't have Yawgmoth's Will. We have Dark Ritual, but we don't have Cabal Ritual. The silences can show up in these spell-based storm decks. Well, most storm decks are spell-based. Spell-based combo decks and storm decks. And typically when you play one, you want to play two. But other than that, nah. Until you get Icecrown Scepter or something, these cards are just... They're just chilling. Orum's Chant is also just going to be, better. Because the kicker can, I don't know, I could see a world where there's like a blue-white deck or an Esper control deck or whatever that just has the kicker or something like that. But yeah. Well. Leave. Sphere of Safety. Sphere of Safety, a card legal in Pioneer Masters. A card in Pioneer Masters that I believe Pywo Dragon said that this card would not be in Pioneer Masters. Why would this card be in Pioneer Masters? There's no way this card's in Pioneer Masters. So much that they bet me that this card was not going to be in Pioneer Masters. But I, a man of the people, knew that the Arena team would deliver. Because people are monsters. And they want to lock folks out in a friendly game of Brawl. And I want to lock people out with this card in Enchantress too. Sphere of Safety, 4 and a white for an enchantment. Creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 2 for each of those creatures, where X is the number of enchantments you control. Yeah, this card is messed up when you get it into play. We also now have Ghostly Prison and Sphere of Safety.
No.
We may get Propaganda eventually. You're ramping to this then, right? I mean, this is your, like, you're locked out of the game card. Like, this is the you will not be able to effectively take game actions against me kind of card. This is your top end, right? You're killing your opponent by locking them out of the game, and then you have some kind of A plus B, or you have like Destiny Spinner plus a million infinite mana, and they just can't profitably interact with your cards, and you just kind of boa constrictor them out of the game. But you got to commit to not dying. Yeah. You really got to commit to not dying with this card. That sounds a little silly, but you really got to commit to not dying with this card. Like, you have to, instead of looking at some of the other top end cards like the Hallowed Haunting or whatever, you have to be like, nope, I'm just playing this. I will win by making them concede. You know, that's where it shows up. Dweebert for the 28th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. And Oh No's for the 8th month. She's safety on my sphere till I pay X to attack. Okay. I you know what? I actually don't mind that. I don't mind that.
And that's no regular monkey.
Yeah, that's all right.
His name's Wheeler. He's a trained
thank you so much for the support. Corfox, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Very kind of you. I presume it's due to I don't know where I'm going with this. I was trying to think of another way of wording this, and I blacked out. I think you would play this and Ghostly Prison. Yeah, if you're committing to just like locking, you know, yourself in your room, you might as well go all in. Spirit of the Labyrinth. 1 and a white for a 3/1 enchantment creature spirit. Each player can't draw more than one card each turn. This is a pretty good hate bear. This is one that I imagine will show up in some of the mono white Death and Taxes style decks. It doesn't really synergize too well with the enchantment lists, because the enchantment lists play, well, enchantresses, some more than others. And maybe you could get away with a couple of non-bows there. And you just want to play this for density, and because this card is pretty good at locking certain decks out of getting their engine going. But it is also a little awkward because, like, I don't know, you look at some of these mono white Death and Taxes lists, and they're on Enduring Innocence, and they're on Welcoming Vampire and stuff, and, you know, the Spirit and Companion and the other one. But that's where making decisions and having your choices be relevant comes in. Your choices and decisions in deck building have an impact on your matchups and card interactions. Ta-da! Not what it used to be, but still a totally reasonable card. Starfield of Nyx, 4 and a white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. As long as you control 5 or more enchantments, each other non-aura enchantment creature you control is a creature in addition to its other types, and has base power and toughness each equal to its mana value. I would say don't play this card. Or you could play this in a very specific spot. It's a little awkward because Opalescence is a card that has a lot of history behind it. And so naturally you'd think like, oh yeah, I'm in an enchantment deck, I should play an Opalescence or a card like that. No. Those kind of cards basically just say like, oh, hey, I had some kind of presence, right? I'm the player that had the ball in my court here because you couldn't interact with my board. I'm the one that was just like sitting pretty because all your removal spells weren't doing anything. Now I'll let them do something, and that's bad. Because people rarely play Tranquility style effects in 100 card singleton. But now you could Wrath of God and ruin everything. It doesn't turn off this one. And it's kind of funny that it has a built-in like, okay, well, you killed everything. But now I get to return them all back slowly but surely. That's not a world that I want to live in when I'm playing an enchantment deck. I do have one thought. This deck is probably not good anymore. But there was an idea for a control deck, an Enchantress control deck that just played auras. Like you were on all the enchantresses that draw cards when the enchantment comes into play and all that. And all of your enchantments were just, they were just pacifisms. And this is kind of funny because it's non-aura enchantments are now creatures. So your pacifisms are fine. But you get to continuously return some of your pacifisms back to your hand. And there are a couple of pacifisms. Let me find them. There are a couple of pacifisms that also can sacrifice themselves to exile a creature. Yeah, choking restraints. Cooped up. Cooped up, dreadful apathy, Sigarda's imprisonment. Cooped up's the best one because it's 2 mana pacifism, but you can pay 3 to exile the enchanted creature. And then cooped up goes to the graveyard. And then you go to your upkeep and you return the cooped up to play to attach it to something. And then you sacrifice it and yada yada yada. That's pretty cool. I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. When you have something like Privileged Position, it isn't bad. Yeah, but that card's a 5 mana enchantment. Like, I'm already playing a 5 mana card that doesn't do anything. But in order to make it, like, good, I need to play another 5 mana card that doesn't do anything. It's a bit much. This card's already on Arena. I thought Tragic Arrogance was also on Arena. Maybe I'm wrong. I am wrong. 3 and 2 white for a sorcery. For each player, you choose from among the permanents that player controls an artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker, and sacrifice all other non-land permanents they control. So this is Johnny Nicole Prize flipped bonus thing. Ultimate. Sorry, Surge messaged me again. Why is this a mythic now? This card's kind of annoying. This is like a fucked up Magic card. Do you really want to have to play against multiples of these or see multiples of these in a limited format? Not really. And if you're a player that wants to play this kind of stuff and seeks out playing this kind of stuff, no matter what, because obviously you're the devil for playing this, then yeah, you'll spend a mythic wild card. You know, don't know if a mythic wild card is going to pop up and really stop that. But yeah. Anyways, there's been some kind of conversation surrounding this card. It's expensive, but it is impactful. The problem is that it is it obviously they have stuff left over, but you get to at least choose. So there can be spots where this just doesn't get the job done, and then you're feeling pretty bad. It is kind of appealing to just have like a 5 mana card that can mostly wipe out everything. But I don't like the selection that comes with it. I think I would rather just play multiple Wraths. This card is not on Arena. Don't worry. I double checked. Yeah, I would just play more Wraths. There are cards like this on Arena. Single Combat. But that is only for creatures and planeswalkers. This one can hit a bunch of stuff. I guess the Ajani Ultimate. But yeah. Tragic Arrogance. I think Triplicate Spirits is new to Arena, but no, because this card's in Foundation's Jumpstart. And this is in Jumpstart 2022. Okay, so that's white. We finally finished white. On to blue. Aetherling is not very good. This is a 6 mana card. We have Dream Trawler. Aetherling is now on Arena. This card's not very good in 2024. Is Dream Trawler playable? Oh, I think so. I still think Dream Trawler is good for blue-white. Just, you get to play one top-end card, and that card just kills people. It's tough to kill. Gains you a bunch of life. That kind of thing. Aqueous Form. 1 blue for an enchantment aura. Enchanted creature. Enchanted creature can't be blocked. And whenever an enchanted creature attacks, scry 1. This is a 1 mana aura that provides evasion and additional benefit. So if you are a deck that cares about loading up as many enchantments on a creature as possible, and those enchantments are cheap, and those enchantments are providing combat benefits, this is a card you could play. Ta-da! Not much to say. Archaeomancer we actually just got on Arena, which is kind of cool. Bident of Thassa, new to Arena. 2 blue for legendary enchantment artifact. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. Then has pay 1 and a blue, tap. Creatures your opponent's control, attack this turn if able. Bident of Thassa, pretty good magic card. It is a little expensive, especially when we have Enduring Curiosity now. The one from, what's it called? Duskmourn. These are the kind of cards that require you to play a bunch of cheap creatures. That require you to play ideally cheap evasive creatures, right? We're looking to go a little wide here. We're looking to play a bunch of cheap flyers or whatnot. And you can just play 1 or 2 of these up at the top. I think if you're playing 1, I'm playing Enduring Curiosity. If you're playing 2, I'm not even sure I want to play this one. I might want to just play Reconnaissance Mission. Reconnaissance Mission is the 4 mana enchantment from Ikoria that says this, except it has cycling. So if you draw that early and you're like, I'm not going to need this, you can cash in for a new card. And it also manages to dodge some artifact removal. So added benefit to that. Maybe there's a world where an artifact deck that plays a bunch of, token generation, if I'm a 2-color artifact mid-range deck that has access to Sai and a bunch of Karnstruct generation and Bray's Apprentice, I just want something to give me more card flow. This is a pretty reasonable card to play. But other than that, yeah, I just think that this got a little pushed out. Chasm Skulker is outmodded, basically completely. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/1 squid horror. With whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Chasm Skulker. When Chasm Skulker dies, you create X 1/1 blue squid tokens with lifelink, or sorry, not lifelink, Island Walk, where X is the number of 1/1 counters on Chasm Skulker. It is kind of nice that this gets bigger without having to pay any additional mana into it. Obviously, Nadir Kraken is kind of the upgraded modern version of this card in that it's a 3-drop, gets bigger when you draw cards, and also makes counters. Nadir Kraken is a stronger magic card, despite you having to put mana into actually using it. Because you don't need Nadir Kraken doesn't need to die for you to get the tokens. Nadir Kraken just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and sticks around and still has these tokens popping up. But if you are building into a mono blue mid-range deck and you just want another grow threat, or a blue X mid-range deck, you want another grow threat, you probably shouldn't be playing this, but it's tempting. I mean, it's really bad into Sword to Plowshares, but pretty all right into Fatal Push or whatever. Any creature that when it dies replaces itself is pretty nice. We do have Brainstorm in our format, so it gets a little bit of juice here. Also, I like this card. I just enjoy this as a Magic card. I wish I got more time to play with this card before I just got completely pushed out of the game. Cloudfin Raptor. 1 mana, 0/1, flying and evolve. I'm not a huge fan of this card. If you are playing very cheap flyers, we just have so many of them with actual abilities, right? Like here, I'm gonna take a very quick peek at the 1 mana blue creatures that we have with flying. Nope, that's just every blue creature, Ben. What do we got here? We've got Thousand-Faced Shadow. We've got Fairy Seer. We have Judge's Familiar. If you want to pop it to other colors, you know, Healer's Hawk, Mausoleum Wanderer, Network Disruptor, Mistway Spy, Mockingbird, Terramander, Spyglass Siren, Silver Raven, Siren Storm Tamer, Snaremaster Sprite, Spectral Sailor, technically Tameo. Like, they're just better options that have additional abilities that are also very evasive. Tameo probably doesn't count, but like, you know, this card needs you to really curve out, and it's terrible to draw late, and we're not like Mono Blue Devotion, you know? We're not Mono Blue Devotion, where we can reliably go like turn 1 this card and then turn 2 Frostburn Weird or some crap. Even in the deck that plays Tempe D, like, I'm just not excited to play this card. I would just rather play something more impactful, maybe with more late game utility. Like, you could maybe make an argument of like, well, do you play this in addition to cards like Spyglass Siren and whatnot? But how many of those am I playing then? Am I really looking at Thousand-Faced Shadow, Tameo, Spectral Sailor, Siren Storm Tamer, Spyglass Siren, Mockingbird, Mausoleum Wanderer, and then I go like, I want one more. Should it be Judge's Familiar? Should it be Network Disruptor? Whatever. No, it should be this vanilla card, or French vanilla card, I guess. So yeah, I'm just not super enthused to play this card, even if we are more of a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop kind of up the curve deck by adding more colors. Like, there's just, if we want to add other ones, like we've seen Blue-White Skies, you know, like we have better 1 mana white creatures with flying in those colors too, right? The Nurturing Pixie, you got the Healer's Hawk, you got that bird that doesn't look at explosions. Whole bunch of stuff. Crush of Tentacles. 4 blue for a sorcery that has Surge for 3 blue. If you don't know what Surge is, Surge says that you can cast a spell for the Surge cost if you or a teammate has cast another spell this turn. We're talking about 1v1, so there's no other teammates here. You return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands, and if this spell's Surge cost was paid, create a 8/8 blue octopus creature token. Now, I love playing Big Blue. I really like Big Blue. It's one of my favorite decks in this format. I haven't actually busted out in a while. I think we're due for another Big Blue stream. Maybe I should do that this week. But Big Blue would love this card because Big Blue is a deck that plays all of the like what is it? Flood of Tears, you know, River's Rebuke style cards. And it'll take the Crush of Tentacles, especially because Crush of Tentacles, getting that Surge cost is not that tough. Like, I don't know, casting Mind Stone into this, or casting like a Consider into the Crush, or anything really. Getting the rebuy and then getting an 8/8, that's kind of spicy. So yeah, I'm kind of excited for this card in basically only that deck. This card might actually have some play in the like Bant or 4-color Time Walk deck. The like looking to ephemerate with Timeless Witness or Nashi or Chaomancer style decks, like that is pretty good with this because you can create some fucked up loops where you just Crush of Tentacles over and over and over again as well. So yeah, kind of a cool pickup. Not one that, got a lot of heat. Admittedly, even I forgot, but I'm like, oh yeah, this card does some work. Cool. Days Undoing. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards. If it's your turn, end the turn. We finally have a 3-mana draw 7 on the client. I guess there's technically that energy wheel. And we have Time Twister off of Oracle of the Unknown, or Oracle of the Alpha. But look, they're not going to give us actual Time Twister or Wheel of Fortune. There's just no way. Days Undoing is kind of a weird one because ending the turn, not great. It's not bad if you like play a bunch of stuff and then Days Undoing, and then now you're like, okay, opponent, do whatever you want. I've built up this board. You need to respond. You have a bunch of cards, but now I also have a bunch of cards. Obviously quite good with Narset. Narset or any of the kind of spells with replacement effects or just like static abilities. Not good with Orcish Bowmasters. Not good with Shieldred. This is a thing that a lot of people forget about if they haven't played with this card. This card ends the turn, which means that it's over. Those triggers are gone. Exile all spells and abilities from the stack. Yeah. So not the best at doing that, but there is some tech with this card that we have that other formats have, and maybe that's enough to get some players to try and play this card. Or yeah, if you can give this card flash, because it just just like being able to instant speed draw 7 on their turn and then you untap and get to do your shit. That's pretty exciting. Pachow. Welcome back for the full year. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, a whole intermittent year's worth of Prime subs complete. We did it. We made it. How you doing? How you been? I assume you're going to be playing in the face-to-face event in January? So is yours truly. I'm going to bust out the I've decided to actually try and play and compete in 2025 for Highlander. I miss doing that. I want to get the rust off the old bones. I want to start playing again. I'm going to bust out some real I'm going to actually bust out the Power 9 for this event. And we're going to do something gross. I would like to do something gross for this. Feels like a good kickoff for the new year. Scotjet Olaf for the 16th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thanks for the kimchi stew recipe. It's good for the soul, right? It's like perfect winter weather food. It's so good. I think I remember you saying that last year before going maybe 0-2 in an event. That's true. I did say that last year. I did. Well, divorce does cause. I was a little busy with other stuff, but this year, this is it. This is it. I can feel it. I can feel it. Dramatic Reversal. We don't have Icegron Scepter. 1 in a blue instant, untap all non-land permanents you control. We need Icegron Scepter for this to do anything. Yoink. Oh, I forgot to irrigate my nose today. Enter the Infinite. We have Kitsa. Oh yeah. Okay, so we would need Dramatic Reversal, Kitsa, and then enough Mana Dorks to be able to just, or Mana Dorks or Mana Rocks or something. to be able to float the mana and go infinite. It seems like a lot. The nice part about Scepter Dramatic Reversal is that it's 2 cards. I mean, I guess Kitzer Dramatic Reversal is also 2 cards, but you know, we need to first get Kitza out, have Kitza survive, have enough mana, and then also have the ability to, like, we need to untap with Kitza. We need to have enough, cast enough spells to then get Kitza's power up to this. So we cast 1 spell and then we Dramatic Reversal. Then we need to be able to just pop off and make sure that Kitza doesn't get killed. That sounds like a lot. I'm not too convinced. We do have Stella Lee Onos. Yeah, Stella Lee is on Arena. So maybe, okay, maybe this can do something with Stella. Stella. All right, tell you what, I'll try to make a Stella Lee Kitza Dramatic Reversal combo. Otter combo. With the Valley Flood color. Oh, wait, do we have Jeskai Ascendancy? Jeskai Ascendancy, yes, we do. Because I forgot about the Jeskai Ascendancy stream. Oh, but we have Bloom Tender? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, yeah, never mind. We can build Jeskai Ascendancy. We can go all in on Jeskai Ascendancy again. It's time. It is time. We don't have Banishing Knack, but we do have Retraction Helix, which will come up here in a second. Enter the Infinite with non-turf art. 8 blue, sorcery. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your library. Then put a card from your hand on top of your library. You have no maximum hand size until your next turn. Omnitel, like Sultai Omnitel combo has kind of disappeared a little bit. I don't see it that often in the tournaments anymore. And I wonder why that is. I mean, it can't be a particularly fun archetype to play, but fun has never stopped people before. You know, it's could just be it's not people's jam, and that's also fine. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Oh well. But Enter the Infinite. You're only really playing it in that deck or like the Mizzix's Mastery deck. But at least there are 2 decks for you to actually play it in. Because this card just wins the game. Like, this is you play Mizzix's Mastery, targeting this, and you get to win the game. Which is kind of nice. We finally now have that. And we didn't have that. The end. We've had, I mean, we didn't have this card, but it's kind of funny. Flitterstep Eidolon. 1 and a blue for a 1/1 enchantment creature spirit with bestow for 6 mana. Jesus Christ. Flitterstep Eidolon can't be blocked. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and it can't be blocked. And it's a 1/1. It's It's a thing. Okay, hear me out. If much like the Hopeful Eidolon, if we're looking for a cheap creature that wants to be played with other enchantments or other enchantments matter style cards, this is one to consider because it can't be blocked. Holds Aura as well. Happens to be an enchantment by itself. It is just a worse version of Hall Creeper. Yeah. Sleeping Hall Creeper. Jesus. Why is everybody just messaging me now? Yeah, it's redundancy. Get off my back. There's not much to say. It's redundancy. How do we win off drawing our deck? I don't know. We cast like a Dark Ritual. We have Tendrils of Agony and Thassa's Oracle in our format. So that feels pretty good. At just winning the game. You can Dark Ritual into like something to discard or mill the Thoracle into Unearth with like a Duress and a Thoughtseize in there as well. You could figure it out. There's Mox Amber exists. Mox Opal exists. Wait, no, Mox Opal doesn't exist. Mox Amber exists. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to buy a foil off of Cameron now. The work Slack is popping off. I'm trying to stream here, but these people are they can't leave Benny Wheels alone. Hidden Strings. We don't really have a Lotus Field deck in our format. But now we have Hidden Strings. I'm sure that the Pioneer Lotus Field players are excited. I'm kind of excited. I would like to play Lotus Field combo and learn how to play Lotus Field combo. It feels right up my alley. And if it's on Arena, I'm more than happy to get all the cards and just grind it in the queues. Because this seems right up my alley. I've never played it. I don't actually know how it works. Other than you're casting like Pour Over the Pages and Hidden Strings. And maybe you're taking infinite turns. Maybe you're like doing something else. It's not in a great spot. That's never stopped me before. I mean, here, hold on. Let me... Oh, right. I'm sharing my screen. I can just pull this up. Lotus Field. Pioneer. Hey, it came second in the Pioneer Challenge yesterday. Oh, yeah. I have all these cards. I just own this deck already. Wow, this looks fucked. Well, this version, this was from a couple of days ago, third in the Pioneer Challenge. Hey, hold on. These people are winning. Artist talent. Ooh. Oh, this list looks very streamlined. Oh yeah, we have Expedition Map too. It explodes to the aggro deck that is everywhere. Doesn't everything explode to that aggro deck? This deck seems so fucked. Just like, hey kids, you want to interact? My bad. Sorry. No, not. Where's the Angels? Where's Oh, it's down at the bottom here. This Selesnya deck looks pretty dope. I gotta tell you, like I've seen this Selesnya deck pop up a bunch. I'm like, oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Eldrazi Displacer? What the hell? Why does Pioneer always trick me into thinking it might be cool? And now Plachao is trying to convince me it's cool. Because that green-white... Yeah, the green-white deck looks fun. And it looks pretty cool. People hate on it? I don't know. But the people hating on it are people whose opinions I generally, like, agree with. Anyways. Hidden Strings. There's nothing to do with it here. Jace, Architect of Thought. 2 blue for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. +1 until your next turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks, it gets -1/-0 until end of turn. -2, reveal the top 3 cards of your library. An opponent separates those cards into 2 piles. Put 1 pile into your hand, the other on the bottom of your library in any order. -8, for each player, search that player's library for a non-land card and exile it. Then that player shuffles. You may cast those cards without paying their mana cost. I'm a sucker for this, Jace. I'll give it a shot in big blue. I don't think it's going to be seeing much play outside of like blue X decks. Like blue X control, board control kind of decks. I may even try it out in Blue Moon. Because I like drawing cards. I like stopping my opponent from doing anything. Maybe someone out there is going to put together a fucked up doubling season combo deck, because now that this card's on Arena, you can doubling season with Jace. You can doubling season with Jace and that Vraska. The Vraska, the Innkeeper's Talent stuff. I don't know. I just want to play this card. I miss playing this card. I miss this blue deck. I miss this blue-white deck. Oh, just casting Sphinx's Revelations. Our removal spell was Last Breath. Whew. That's some good stuff right there. There's also a Mill Jace, but who cares? We get to talk about the good Jace. Jace Frinn's Prodigy. 1 and a blue for an 0/2 legendary creature, human wizard. With tap, draw a card, then discard a card. If there are 5 more cards in your graveyard, exile JVP, then return to the battlefield, transform under its owner's control. Cool. Just a 2-mana looter. Doesn't die to... Well, it does die to Bowmasters, because they'll try to tap it, and then Bowmasters ETBs, and then on the loot. But if it doesn't die to Bowmasters, it turns into Jace Telepath Unbound. 5 loyalty planeswalker, +1 up to 1 target creature gets -2/-0 until your next turn. -3, you may cast target instant or sorcery spell from your graveyard this turn. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exiled instead. And -9, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a spell, target opponent mills 5 cards. This last one doesn't ever come up. Don't do it. I've had lifetime, out of all the Canadian Highlander I've played in my life, with this card seeing play in the format since printing, I have had 2 people decide to try and ultimate me. And it was not even close. It just didn't do anything. And they fucking tried so hard to get it to do anything. Don't ever ult. This ult doesn't exist. But this card as a whole is really good. Did I delete the thing? I did. Why did I do that? This card as a whole is very good. I imagine it will see play in basically every blue X deck. While it doesn't see as much play anymore in Canlander, specifically outside of like Reanimator or certain like the Time Walk decks or the Scape Shift. Like I played in Scape Shift Walk and stuff. While it doesn't see play outside of some of those decks, it is still a pretty powerful card that, given the play, like the strength of our Jeskai control, Esper control, the Esper midrange, whatever, like those type of decks, this card can show up. And I'm into that. Also, yeah, I'm going to try to brighten it up a little bit. It's probably dark enough outside that I can actually muck with the exposure a bit. Nope, that's too much. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, JVP. This is going to be the first card I spend a wild card on, basically. I'm going to immediately spend a wild card on JVP. Oh, a wave of babies. We finally have Wave of Babies. Master of Waves. 3 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Wizard with protection from red. Elemental creatures you control get +1/+1. And when Master of Wave enters, create a number of 1/0 blue elemental creature tokens equal to your devotion to blue. I really liked playing Mono Blue Devotion when it was in Standard. I really enjoyed playing Mono Blue Tempo when it was in Standard. I like playing blue. I like playing blue decks that can also build to the board. This is a blue card that can build to the board. While this card isn't going to be like a slam dunk everywhere, like it's worth trying out in like the Mono Blue board-based decks or the Mono Blue mid-range decks, and the and Merfolk, obviously. This is a card where it's like, you know what, it's a curve topper. I want to play this card. I'm into it. You know, I want to play this. I will find out a way to play this. Sorry, I'm talking about Canlander points changes. All right. Yeah, there's new points changes are coming. We're talking about it and looking to vote on it shortly for the new year, and ideally get it announced before the face-to-face tournament and stuff. But you won't hear it from me. You won't hear it from me. Not it's got to be coming out sooner rather than later. Speaking of which, oh, there we go. Ian, you tried to apologize. You're not supposed to apologize. Also, it's going good. You know, I've had God knows how long to prepare for this. But yeah, we're 2 hours in and I've only got through a portion of blue. Depth and breadth of Seth. We are looking at Pioneer Masters, a new set coming to Arena that is looking to introduce a bunch of cards onto Arena that are legal in the Pioneer format. Basically everything. Although, Ian, I gotta tell you, I would love to see Goblin Pile Driver. I mean, this is the classic, you pump out this set that really delivers on just, you know, the cards that people want for Pioneer, a bunch of stuff people are inevitably going to want for Brawl, certainly cards people want for Gladiator. And then of course people are like, okay, but where are these ones? You know. But would love to see Goblin Pile Driver. I understand that for the limited environment, probably a little difficult to do. Yeah, let's talk Part the Water Veil. Part the Water Veil, 4 blue for a sorcery. Take an extra turn after this one. Exile Part the Water Veil, and has Awaken 6 for 6 blue. If you don't know what Awaken is, it is a mechanic where you put a n number of counters. So in this case, you're going to put 6 +1/+1 counters onto a land. I believe I believe it doesn't have to be a non-creature land. You can just put them on any land. Yeah, if you cast for the Awaken spell or the Awaken cost, you put N+1/+1 counters, in this case 6, on target land you control, and it becomes a 0/0 elemental creature with haste. And it's still a land. So yeah, this can be either 6 mana, take an extra turn, and exile it. Very important, because this is not an additional piece for the Timeless Witness Ephemerate style decks. This is a just a Time Walk. This is like an All Runs Epiphany style card. Or it could be 9 mana, take an extra turn, but now I have a 6/6. And that's kind of dope. There are, I mean, talking about this card, you can't really talk about it until I also, Temporal Trespass is also on here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here to talk about Temporal Trespass. 8 blue for a sorcery with Delve. Take an extra turn after this one. Exile Temporal Trespass. We have received so many new take an extra turn cards. Like, take an extra turn on Arena. Legal and Timeless. Because we have Alrund's Epiphany. Technically, we have Expropriate and Karn's Temporal Sundering. But I'm going to mostly count the ones that always do the thing for not 9 mana. We have Alrund's Epiphany, Nexus of Fate, Temporal Manipulation, Time Warp, and now we have Temporal Trespass, and we have Part the Water Veil. That's 6. There are 6 Time Walks on Arena that just say, hey, if you have the mana and the mana is, 7 mana or less, Time Walk. I'm giving Temporal Trespass a little bit of a nudge because obviously Delve reduces its the amount of mana you're putting into it. I imagine that there is likely a deck that is probably going to be Bant or Rug it's going to be Blue-Green X basically, that just plays every Time Warp. We have so many cost reduction creatures too. Baral, Goblin Electromancer, Ral, the new blue-red one, the Otter. So if you're really looking to just cast, a bunch of Time Walks and do so while reducing the cost of all your spells, great. That's great. You have those. It's kind of interesting territory for Gladiator. Some of them can be recurred. Yeah, we do have Time Stop, and Discontinuity as well. Some of these can be recurred, not all of them though. So I imagine that we're going to see something pop up. I'm kind of interested in trying to build. I mean, maybe the format is sped up to the point where Double Vision is not. Yeah. Some of them are not. Wait, what is it? Doing what they're supposed to do. Today is the day of.
What, Ben Wheeler abusing magic?
Yeah. How dare you?
No.
Damn, hell of a day for, isn't it? It's Tuesday, right? How come people weren't hitting me up on Monday? Were they all asleep? What I'm trying to get at is we have more Time Warps. We have a ton of them. And the Time Warps get better when you have redundancy, because then you can build your deck around casting a bunch of Time Warps, right? You want more? We got more. Great. Love it. Moving on. Quicken. 1 mana blue instant. The next sorcery you cast this turn can be cast as though it had flash. Draw a card. Underrated magic card. Probably worth testing. I mean, I'm going to test it out in blue-white control. It just replaces itself. It's absurd with wrath effects. Pretty good with, hand attack cards as well. And good with the Time Warps and Days Undoing. Stuff that we've mentioned before. It's a card that is really underrated. in all of Magic, honestly, because the floors, it's just 1 mana spell that replaces itself. But then if you look at some of the other kind of supporting features that come with this card, you can start to do some pretty disgusting things. You can subvert expectations for what your opponent has to play around. And this card gets better for Gladiator because we don't have Preordain. We don't have Ponder. We don't have Serum Visions. We have some of these. We have the Opt, Consider, Sleight of Hand. Would love Serum Visions. I mean, Serum Visions is just bad. Would love to get Serum Visions. I'll play the crap out of Serum Visions. Yeah. So because we have fewer cantrips, 1 mana cantrips, this card does get even better for Gladiator. So don't sleep on this card. I didn't even know that this was being the product. But don't sleep on this card. It's quite good. Clockwork Menagerie, welcome back for the 5th month. How y'all doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you're doing well. Serum Visions is just misunderstood. I love Serum Visions. I remember when people started cutting Serum Visions from their cantrip package, when they were going all in on every cantrip. It's like, what are you doing? Do you not like hitting your land drops? I like hitting my land drops. I like hitting my land drops, and I also like protecting stuff from hand attack. I like not only informing my current turn, but informing my subsequent turns and game actions and deciding on whether to shuffle. Love me a Serum Visions. Ooh, Peak would be good. I like Peak too. Rapid Hybridization. 1 blue instant. Destroy target creature. That can't be regenerated. That creature's controller creates a 3/3 green frog lizard creature token. Probably not worth playing in a world when we have a bunch of like unsummons with the juice. But, sometimes you want unsummon with additional juice. And if you are playing this card, you are likely in like a Flying Men style deck, right? Where you're mono blue, you don't have much removal, but you need something to be able to disrupt the pressure, to buy yourself some time. And it doesn't matter if they get a 3/3, because that 3/3 is not attacking them, and it's certainly not blocking any of your flyers. I'm going to go... I have some water here. I have some iced tea. But I should probably slam some like throat honey or something. Big old talking. I ate way too much food yesterday. Made my tummy hurt. And I ate some stuff that maybe had a little reflux as a treat. That's on me. Classic, do that thing right before I have a stream where I'm going to have to talk for 6 hours. But let's get through blue before I do that. Or I could pop a lozenge. I'm sweating. Woo! Where are my lozenges? They're right in front of me. Great. Retraction Helix. 1 blue instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains tap. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. We have Valley Floodcaller, the 3 mana 2/2 cast a non-creature spell. You untap otters and stuff, including itself. We have we have Jeskai Ascendancy. We have 0 mana artifacts that are better than Briber's Purse. Like we have like Moxen, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, you could do something with Jeskai Ascendancy or with looping with this card. It's a cool one to have. It's very niche in its application, but it's a cool one to have. Wink of comets getting pointed. God, I wish. God, I wish. But even I can't do it in good faith. I've always said, I don't want Comet pointed. I want Comet banned. I just don't want Comet to exist. Oh yeah, we have Rona, right? The 2-mana Rona that untaps when you cast a legendary card. So you get to tap it, bounce the Mox Amber, replay the Mox Amber, untap Rona. There's got to be some other cards that care about you casting non-creatures or casting a bunch of spells too. I mean, I know we have Storm cards and, you know, Quirion Dryad style cards and whatnot. But something that can fit into that shell pretty seamlessly. All these cards are pretty bad. Or they're like Sphinx's tutelage and not for us. Damn, Sphinx of Magosi at uncommon? Oof. Stormtide Leviathan, we just have better things to reanimate. We already talked about Temporal Trespass. Oh, yeah. Now, let's get to talking about a card that I really shouldn't use a wild card on, but I will. Thassa, God of the Sea. 2 and a blue for a 5/5 legendary enchantment creature god. With indestructible, and as long as your devotion to blue is less than 5, Thassa isn't a creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1, and then pay 1 and a blue. Target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. This card's actually pretty reasonable in like a mono blue mid-range deck. It's the upkeep scrying is nice to have. Being able to push through damage for both itself or for like a Tempest Djinn through like spirit tokens or other chump blockers is pretty nice. And it's a 5/5. 3-mana 5/5. Obviously, it's not always going to be a 5/5. And it's not always going to be a 5/5. But it's out of all the gods here, this one saw the most play and has some well, let me get that out of their way. Saw the most play, and it has the juice, right? Like you have good supporting cards to go along with it. This is also going to be on my list. What should we do, chat? Okay, help me out here. We could do this at the end, but I would like to make a list of decks that I'm going to play. Okay, so I want to play big blue. I want to play mono white tokens control. I want to play mono blue devotion. I want to play turns.deck. Anything else come up? I haven't said cat typo. No, please no, not yet. I'm begging you, not yet. I'm sure other stuff will come up as we go through more of the colors. I already played goblins. Goblins is a big thing. Oh, Jeskai Ascendancy. Yeah, I haven't done blue-white control in a while. I said Minecraft. I have Minecraft. There are Minecraft streams on the schedule. I will play some Minecraft. Don't you worry. Look at my rat. Rathew has a diamond pickaxe. Red green large lads. Like Gruul monsters. I'll put this over here. We'll get back to it. Oh, I kind of want to play Merfolk too. Tidebinder Mage. Blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard. When Tidebinder Mage enters, you tap target red or green creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as you control Tidebinder Mage. It's a Merfolk. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's a Merfolk. We don't have Riptide Laboratory on oh no, we do have Riptide Lab on Arena. Let's go. Is it time for my wizard deck to make its appearance? Here, let me type wizards. Wizard pod. I did want to play wizard pod. That wizard pod was really tough to put together. Ian, if you're there, I know it's a big ask. Actually, no, this isn't what I want. Why would I waste my ask on Patron Wizard? We don't need Patron Wizard. This card is messed up, by the way. This card is unreal broken. 3 blue for a 2/2 wizard. Tap it on tap. Wizard you control. Counter target spell unless this controller plays 1. This card is messed up. It is unreal. Like, you are not resolving another card ever again. The Wizard Shaman Panharmonicon. Harmonic Prodigy. But we also have Nabon. Wait, why does this have a German... There's also Vulcan Baga Patron Wizard Secret Lair with German flavor text. Also, it has Donato. Why is Count Dooku on a Magic card? Ooh. Okay, this sounds silly, but we have Tome Scour. 1 blue sorcery. Target player mills 5 cards. This card is pretty reasonable. Like, it's a pretty reasonable inclusion in some self-mill decks, but also for Underworld Breach, right? Like, this is a card that can help pop off with Underworld Breach, which is pretty nice. I mean, puts 5 cards in the yard. You just get to breach yourself over and over again after you add a bunch of mana. I mean, you have to add a bunch of blue mana. That could be a little tough, but, you know, it's nice to have. That's it. Just want to talk about Tome Scour. We already have Treasure Cruise. Zephyrwinder? What the hell is this card? What's from March of the Machine? I've never seen this card. I've legitimately never seen this card. What the hell is this card from? I want to untap up to 1 target creature. Oh, is this from the like canceled? No, there's like a spider. There's some cards from Mom that like are above the set. I forgot why, but they were going to be in Jumpstart, and then the Jumpstart got canceled or something. Maybe they are in Jumpstart. Cruise is common. Cruise has always been a common. Yeah. Okay. Before I get into black, let me go grab some stuff that'll make my throat a little happier, and then I can keep talking. 1 second. Let me get a little of that going.
Ah, another one. Gives me conniptions. 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 Ah, another one. Gives me conniptions.
All right. I took a piss. I got more water. I've gooed my throat. Now I'm gonna pop in a lozenge, and I'm sweating. Whew. Did I wash my hands? Always. Jesus Christ. What do you think I am? Some kind of magic player? Holy smokes. Bullseye. How you doing? Bullseye gifted 5 subs to the community. To good old Trusty Dusty, Jeeves, Killazord, Megan M, and Woober Wizard. That's a big bing bong if you ask me. You didn't hear the sync? I mute my mic. Here, I'll wash them again. Disgusting. All right. On to black. Behold the Beyond. Oh, I love this art. Who did the... I assume it's somebody problematic. I think it's Seb, right? Oh, it's... All right, everybody, it's time to play What Kind of Shitty Person Made the Original Art? Show me sexual assaulter. Hey. Yeah, creating a multiple choice quiz where it's sex pest, turf, anti-vaxxer, racist, and then a secret all of the above category for, I don't know, something. Behold the Beyond. 5 black for a sorcery. You discard your hand, and then you search your library for 3 cards and put them into your hand, then shuffle. This card's very strong when you have fast mana. We don't have fast mana. We have Dark Ritual, but that's it. We really need, like, I mean, we have Sacrifice, but like this card gets a lot of its strength in Canadian Highlander, used to, when this was 7 mana, win the game. When you could just pay 7 mana, find Black Lotus, Lion's Eye Diamond, and Infernal Tutor. Or you could you could substitute one of those for like a Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, something or other. So I'm a little suspect of this card popping up. Yeah, we're not talking about Madeline. We're talking about the original artist of this card. Noah Bradley, Chunky Surprises. So it's a cool card to have in the back of your mind. And if you're a deck that can make just like absurd amounts of mana, then maybe this can do something. But I'm a little stretched to find what this card is going to actually do, at least what it's going to do right away, you know? I think we just need more cards. One-time Cabal Ritual, please and thank you. Maybe if we got Cabal Ritual, we could talk. We don't even have Ill-Gotten Gains on Arena. Blood Scrivener. 1 and a black for a 2/1 zombie wizard with if you would draw a card while you have no cards in hand. Instead, you draw 2 cards and lose 1 life. I'm going to throw a little bone to zombies because I'm sentimental about zombies. And this card is, yeah, it's a 2-drop in zombies. Great. I don't even think you want this in the, like, madness/discard deck. Oh boy, these cards are all sure are cards. Dark Petition, though. This card's cracked. But again, a card that gets a lot better when you have access to Yawgmoth's Will or Ill-Gotten Gains. but could do something in like a Tendrils deck or an Underworld Breach kind of deck. 3 black for a sorcery. You search your library for a card, put that card into your hand, and then shuffle. Then Spell Mastery. If there are 2 or more instants and sorceries in your graveyard, you add triple black. Great. That's it. It's it finds you a card, and then if you have 2 or more instant sorceries in your graveyard, which usually you do if you're playing these kind of tutors, you get to add enough black so that the card kind of does a demonic tutor impression. It's also just kind of nice of casting this and then having that black mana to then play, well, Yawgmoth's Will is the big one. But we don't have that. So it kind of falls into this category that Behold the Beyond does. This card has a little more fair play patterns that it can be a part of, like casting Dark Petition and then finding Toxic Deluge if you really need to is not that unreasonable. Maybe in like a big black or a plus black kind of combo deck, it can do something. It's not at its full potential in Gladiator, but it is a better fair card than the other ones. Yeah, there are cards that are in these sets, mostly commons and uncommons, that are already on Arena, but they're here because this is a limited environment for drafting purposes. There's Erebos, God of the Dead, with new art. Who did the old one? I don't know who this is. But they also did new art for... there's new art for their other cards, too. Erebos, God of the Dead. 3 and a black for a 5/7. Legendary enchantment creature, God. Indestructible. And has... No, this isn't the author of Dracula. Sorry, I'm not trying to laugh at that, but it is a very funny insinuation. Because Bram Stoker has been dead for over 100. Sorry, Bram Stoker's you're thinking of Bram Stoker. And Bram Stoker has been dead for over 100 years. I don't know if you're being serious or not. Probably not, but you know what? I have to ask. At this point, I have to ask. Oh, is this?
Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Oh, I see. Because the original, I didn't actually know this, but the original art is Peter Moorbacher. I looked it up. Peter Moorbacher, it appears as though Peter Moorbacher did a discussion with Sam Flegel. There's an artist named Sam Flegel that... Sam Flegel... Okay, here's what I have found by looking through the... Here's what I have found. One, it appears as though Peter Moorbacher has started using AI for their artwork. It appears as though they also had looked into doing projects with, or they did projects with NFTs. Also, it looks as though there was a discussion between Peter Moorbacher, like there's a video where there's another artist called Sam Flegel who had a bunch of sexual misconduct allegations that they basically just hand waved, and Peter Moorbacher was a part of the discussion following that. on the discussion of women's sexual and psychological histories, and some private messages were shared. So it looks like this is the Costco sampler of reasons to not want to work with this person. You know, hey, you'll learn something new every day. Top Hat back for the second month. Is it time for Copper Tablet? Copper Tablet? Go to Copper Tablet step. Yeah, I think we found our all of the above. I think we found our all of the above. Well, that sucks. I guess it's time for me to switch over back to Ob Nixilis of the Black Oath as the commander. Yeah, there are a lot of artworks that are not just from people getting canceled or from them not wanting to work with shitheads. There are also just stuff that gets changed because the original artwork, like the Rakshasa, they updated that, so they no longer use the original stuff. And a lot of that artwork does come from this era, right? I don't know what I was going to talk about this. I'm not sure what to say about this card. It's probably not good enough. Let's talk about a card that is probably good enough. Gurmag Angler. The Gangler. 6 and a black for a 5/5 zombie fish with Delve. Hell yeah. I like 1 mana 5/5s. Like a Grixis or like an Esper or like a Sultai or blue-black, like deck that puts a bunch of cheap cards into its graveyard and then plays a 1 mana 5/5. Like, I imagine we're at a point where there's like an Esper or Grixis, like Tolarian Terror style card or style deck. Arena really is fiending for Murktide Regent. Would love Murktide Regent. But, you know, we have a density of these like big dorks that get cheaper with cards in your graveyard, and those cards are pretty good. And, you know, you can play, you don't just have to play all these kind of cards. You could just play Psychic Frog along with them and all that. Where there's so many MTG artists suck as human beings, kind of weird thing. I think that's not an MTG artist thing. I think that's just a you draw from a pool of enough people, and you're bound to find shitheads. You know? Ethereal Forger isn't on Arena. No. Ooh, Lifebane Zombie. Lifebane Zombie, 1 black for a 3/1 zombie warrior with Intimidate. When Lifebane Zombie enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a green or white creature card from it and exile it. This one is a little outclassed nowadays when it comes to more like modern designs. It's a 3 mana card with 1 toughness. Does trade well on the board. Often can trade with 2 cards. It's just really awkward when, you know, some of the best decks in the format aren't even playing green or white cards. I mean, white cards probably, but the white creatures are not the ones that you're really scared of. Unless it's Solitude. So probably a reasonable card to play in like a mono black mid-range or a mono black like pressure-based deck. I don't want to say aggro, but you know, it's 3 power, has an evasive ability, can do something on ETB. Excited for this for a zombie deck though. This feels more like a you know, you got to get a idea what the field looks like. You know. Liliana Vess. This is a funny one. Liliana Vess, 5 mana, 5 loyalty, Planeswalker, +1, target player discards a card. -2, search your library for a card, shuffle, put that card on top. -8, put all creatures from all graveyards into play under your control. I don't believe Liliana Vess is good enough anymore. It is better than it looks, because that's a lot of loyalty. That is a lot of loyalty if you just play her and tick her up, right? 6 loyalty, nothing to, snuff at. But she doesn't impact the board. And if you play her and Vamp Tutor, then she's just dying to whatever. Maybe there's a world where you're playing as many Planeswalkers as you can get in like a mono black deck or a black X deck, but she just doesn't really do enough. And we don't have like calibrated blast combo or whatever. Like we don't have any reason to like put a very specific card on top and then kill them. Maybe if you're like all in on like Thoracle stuff and you just want every tutor that you can find, and this just so happens to be a card where you could play it, muck their hand, get it to a high enough loyalty, and next turn you -2, and then you draw into it and kill them. But yeah, it's not what it used to be. Cool to see it though. We already have this one, right? We have. Why does she look so small? She looks so. Wait, yeah. Why does she look so small? Wait, what? What's going on? Oh, she's so small. Oh, she's a baby. Don't talk to me or my daughter ever again. Oh my god. Jesus, I never realized how little clothes she was wearing in this card. And in most cards. What the hell is this? So this card's already on Arena. It's... Oh my god, this is just very cute. This is very cute. I like that. I like that a lot. Whew. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny to me. Liliana, Heretical Healer. 1 black for a 2/3 legendary human cleric with lifelink. And whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you exile Liliana and then transform her, and return to the battlefield transformed under her owner's control. If you do, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. She transforms into Liliana, Defiant Necromancer. 3 starting loyalty, +2, each player discards a card. -X, return target non-legendary creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. -8, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, return it to the battlefield under your control at the beginning of the next end step. So let's talk about this card on both sides here. On the front side, pretty good mid-range card. It's you kind of, or I say mid-range, but more like aristocrat kind of mid-range card. Like if you have sack outlets, she's a totally reasonable card to play at 3 in your aristocrats deck. That's another deck that I wanted to play. Hold on. Aristocrats and also zombies. Totally reasonable card to play in that style of deck. You just sack a Doom Traveler or whatever, and you get to replace the Doom Traveler with a 2/2. Obviously, you get the 1/1 off the Traveler, and she transforms. And then once she transforms, you get to, start doing some other stuff. But on the front side, having lifelink's kind of funny. Like she's a 3-mana 2/3's not that exciting. 3-mana 2/3 that you can kind of protect until you want to transform her. Like you could just have her chip away, gain some life, push some damage. Somebody goes to kill this, you just respond by sacrificing a creature. That's pretty interesting. She has some interesting play patterns with this ability, and more so than some of the other ones. And the 2/2 that she creates also acts as a safety net, in that if, let's say your opponent kills one of your creatures on their turn, and then Liliana transforms and now has a 3 loyalty planeswalker, they could just attack the Liliana and kill it. But the 2/2 makes that a little more difficult for them to do, which is kind of nice. Then, no, don't get rid of that. Then we turn into this side, and being able to just immediately tick up to 5 loyalty with a blocker in play from the exile effect. Pretty scary. Returning non-legendary is kind of funny because it's like, hey, this is here, so you're not returning your other Lilianas. And then just creating a loop is kind of interesting. the impact that this has on this ability, especially with how good certain legendary creatures are. It's nice knowing this can return Johnny Nicottle Pariah. That'd be very annoying, but still, nonetheless, pretty good utility. And then if you get to this emblem, which 3 mana with a +2 in a deck where you're going to have a bunch of roadblocks, pretty easy to get to, actually. Yeah, all around a very solid Planeswalker. Yeah, happy to have it for like an Aristocrats deck, or like a, I don't know, like a black-green mid-rangey deck that makes a bunch of tokens, has things die, that kind of stuff. Night Howler. 1 black for a 0/0 enchantment creature horror with bestow for 2 black. Night Howler and enchanted creature each get +X/+X, where X is number of creature cards in all graveyards. We have seen the Sultai self-mill dredge style deck that plays all the cards that are like this. Some of them are a bit better, like as the floor of them being like a creature that gets bigger, like the what the hell is that card called? The Souls of the Lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Like, strength be granted so the world might be mended. Yeah, Souls of the Lost. Okay, great. But also the bestow ability for this is pretty slick. Like being able to just slap it onto the creature and then really push some damage. And then if they wrap the board, it all falls off, then you get this in play, and presumably this will be bigger because all the other cards that got killed. So that's pretty cool. Cute little role player. Not a universal card, but a cute little role player. This Oath is bad. Bob Nixilis, reignited. Very straightforward Planeswalker here. 3 black for a 5 loyalty Planeswalker. +1, draw a card, lose life. -3, destroy target creature. And -8, target opponent gets an emblem with whenever a player draws a card, you lose 2. Or yeah, whenever a player draws a card, you lose 2 life. If you're playing like a mono black control deck or whatever, it's totally reasonable to play. It's just, this is such a classic, like, it hits the table. Do you need to kill a thing? Great. Your card kills one of their cards, and then they have to use something else, right? Or there's nothing in play. You play this, you draw a card, now you're up, now you've gone card neutral, they have the 6 loyalty Planeswalker that is threatening to ultimate. And you're a deck with obviously black cards in it, so you'll probably have removal. So you just keep plussing it, drawing some more cards, killing their board, and then you threaten to ultimate with this card. It is 5 mana. You need to be a bit more of a commitment to being kind of a control deck to get away with this, or like a black-green Super Friends style deck, like an Allison kind of Golgari deck. But it's totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. Have I missed the talking incredibly personal shit about Sarah's capitalization and punctuation hour? Hey, we didn't get personal. I just wondered if it was because you were gay or you were young. Oh, you take it personally. Oh, I see. Think it's youth? Wow. Homophobic much? Next thing you'll know, you're going to be saying gay people are good at math. Just erasing the entire culture. Oval Chase Daredevil. This one is kind of a dope card that kind of gets slept on here. Wait, do we not have Underworld Cookbook? I thought we got Underworld Cookbook. Shit. I thought we had Underworld Cookbook. Why did I think we had Underworld Cookbook? I would have loved an Underworld Cookbook. All right, never mind. Do we at least have Riddlesmith? We don't have Riddlesmith? Get me out of here. 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 Call you a trans medicalist? No, no, no. You're going to get me in trouble. This isn't an arena issue. Me when there isn't a card on me when there isn't a card on arena that was from a set that wasn't printed onto arena. Great. Classic arena. Painful Truths. 2 and a black for a sorcery. With Converge, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast a spell. This spell is pretty good. It's one of these cards where you're like, well, I'm not playing Night's Whisper, but I will play this. 3 mana, draw 3 cards, lose 3 life. Great. I'd like to play it in that Jund list that I played. It's terrible off of a Bloodbraid Elf, though. But yeah, 3 mana, draw 3. Very good, even if you're losing 3 life. Just a totally reasonable card to have. Your Alan Turing joke was hilarious. You demand attention lest it wither away and die. Well, it looks like, but you used the S word. Sorry, you used the S word. Oh, excuse me. Ruinous Path is kind of cute, but it's a little outmoded. 1 black sorcery, destroy target creature or planeswalker, awaken 4. They're just, if you really want a Hero's Downfall, you can play Hero's Downfall. There are just better versions of this card, and that awaken cost is just way too much. Another one. What? Yeah, it's all for you. Sidisi Undead Vizier. 3 black for a 4/6 legendary zombie snake with Death Touch and Exploit. When Sidisi exploits a creature, you may search your library for a card and put that into your hand, then shuffle. This card rules. Yeah, this card rules. I struggle to find a home for it in 2024, though. Maybe in like a Vannifar pod list. Because when this card last showed up in Canadian Highlander, it was in like a Time Walk kind of combo deck that used Birthing Pod or Prime Speaker Vannifar and that sort of chain. Yeah. It is kind of cool. We do actually have a card that is relevant to that archetype that got printed in this set. But yeah, I like this card. I don't know where it's going to show up nowadays, but it's pretty reasonable. I mean, there is a world where you just play this in like a big black deck or a black X mid-range deck, and you just sack a token, you get to Demonic Tutor. That's pretty strong. Even if it is on 5 mana, like a 4/6 Death Touch flying around, it's pretty good. Soul Flayer. 4 black for a 4/4 demon with Delve. And if a creature card with flying was exiled, with Soul Flayer's Delve ability, Soul Flayer has flying. The same is true for first strike, double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, reach, trample, and vigilance. I'm sure there are some goofy decks that people are going to try to play with Soul Flayer and Urborg Scavengers and 1-800 Flap Salot or whatever the hell the meme is. And the new one, the Sire of the Seven Deaths. I don't think they're particularly good, but here you go. There's copy 1 to 4, and then Scavengers is 5 to 8. We did it. We fixed the meta. There's probably a Soul Flayer deck in Pioneer, right? Soul Flayer. Right? This deck probably... There's got to be a Pioneer list with this. Is it a good one? This went 5 and 3. Oh, this won a league. This won a league last month. Oh, Sandcaster Mage. I think I know this person. Like, I've heard of them. Stitcher's Supplier, Fear of Missing Out, Urborg Scavengers, Chromanticores and Friends. Oh, yeah. Go. dope. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Supernatural stamina. This is another. That was weird. This is another Undying Evil, not dead yet style card. 1 mana, be able to, you know, save a thing, try to scam people out. I think we actually have this one, right? Because we have, yeah, we have this one because of Amonkhet. Never mind. Everybody stop. Tassiger. Everybody quiet. Bananas are talking. Tasker, 5 and a black for a 4/5 legendary human shaman with Delve, and then pay 2 and then 2 hybrid blue-green. Mill 2 cards and return an online card of an opponent's choice from your graveyard to your hand. So Tassiger rules. This card is very strong. The reason why we don't see a lot of Tassiger in Canadian Highlander anymore is 2 reasons. One, honestly, Caracas is the big one, actually. Let me reword this. We don't see Tassiger for 2 reasons. One is because of Caracas, right? A Delve legend that gets Caracas is pretty awkward. And 2, cowardice. Because fuck Caracas. I think this card is just fine. This card should probably still see play in Canlander. I think this card is a totally reasonable card to play in Canadian Highlander. Caracas be damned. We got ways around Caracas. I like this card quite a bit in Canlander. I think it's worth taking a look at again. I think it's really good. We don't have to worry about Caracas and Gladiator. So this is just like a very powerful tool to have access to in the black-blue X decks. You fill your graveyard with cheap, powerful spells. You play a 1 mana 4/5. You play a 2 mana 4/5. Play a 3 mana 4/5. Doesn't fucking matter. You're ahead of the curve on this kind of thing, and you got this bad boy. Feels greedy to want another big Delve spell. No, see, people are just cowards. If I'm in like Grixis or Esper or even like Checkpile or whatever, like Murktide, Abhorrent Oculus, and then Cruise, that's fine. We might not even be on the Oculus. If we are on the if we are getting it the Oki way, we're probably trying to bring it back with Unearth and Reanimate ideally. But like those decks fill their graveyards so fucking fast. It's just not that big of an issue. I just don't think it's that big of an issue. Anywho, Tasker. Also, this card is just like not as much of a Delve card as it is like a Tarmogoyf. You know? It's basically a Tarmogoyf. But Eye isn't 3 mana. The Eye is 9 mana. Eye is a 9 mana Delve spell that you always need to have 3 mana and 6 cards. And I like Eye. My opinion on Abhorrent Oculus has changed. I like that card. I like that card more. I was down on that card because I looked purely through casting it and less about the fact that just Unearth is so fucking good right now. Reanimate is so good right now in like a fair sense. And that, yeah, you will find spots where you just cast it. And if you can't cast it, you cash it in. Right? Yeah, the eyeball's pretty good. Tormented Hero. I don't want to talk about this card too much. It's a 1 mana 2/1 human warrior, each to be tapped, and then whenever you cast a spell that targets it, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain life equal to the amount of life lost this way. It's a 1 mana 2 power black creature. Great. Worse than the other ones. But, you know, if you want to max out on the 1 mana 2 power black creatures, here you go. Ultimate price is a bit poopy. Yeah, that's the word I'm going to use for it. It's a bit poopy. Ooh, Whip in the Yam. Whip of Erebos. 2 black for a legendary enchantment artifact. Creatures you control have lifelink. 2 black, tap. Return target creature card from your graveyard to play. It gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. And if it would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. Activate only as a sorcery. I like this card. I do think that it is likely aged out of playability, but I will say that Sultai Self-Mill style deck that I mentioned, this card is great in that, because that's a deck that just has big vanilla idiots and struggles when they get chump blocked. But if I slam this and I'm attacking you with 2 8/8s or whatever, doesn't matter if you're chump blocking, I'm gaining so much life every turn that I feel like I have enough protection against just getting raced in the air or by evasive threats or whatever, or getting burned out. I feel like I have recursion built into my deck already, but also recursion built into the whip of if you wrap the board or you clean stuff up, I'm just going to bring that shit back. And I'm going to whip it real good. No obs for the whip to live again? No, we got obs of that. Obsy Dobsy, yeah, we got Obsy Dobsy in here. Obsidat Ghost Council is on Arena. It was in the Explorer anthology. Yeah, I think this card is actually good enough. And there's probably other lists that like this card is going to be fine to play in, like an Abzan Whip deck. If you really want to bring, if you want to live the Abzan Whip dreams, bring back a Siege Rhino, bring back your Obsidat, bring back, I don't know, a Questing Beast or whatever. Yeah, you can do it. It's probably pretty good. Worst Spheres is way too expensive. Zathrid Necromancer. 3-mana 2/2 human wizard that says whenever Zathrid Necromancer or another human you control dies, you make a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. Card's a little awkward to play in like an aristocrat deck.
The stars of 4 kids will sing
Oh,
the
no.
national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see?
Hello, Voxy. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed playing Magic the Gathering Foundations Edition. Would you like to see my new rat? This is the rat for Pioneer Masters. It has a diamond pickaxe from Minecraft, and it has a raccoon skin hat on. Oh, I probably should get Silent Soul to make a Santa Claus rat. Silent Soul, I'm gonna have to send you some more money, because I'll need like a rat to you with the Santa hat and like the beard. Maybe like a sack full of toys. DDT back for the 67th month. Foxy sent me button, please. Thank you for the support. Thank you for everything you do. Hope you're doing well. If you want your button, all you need to do is just look out for a package from 1313 Mockingbird Lane. We're talking about Pioneer Masters through the lens of Gladiator. We are now through, we have one more card in black after Zathrid Necromancer, which I don't think this card's particularly good. I think that maybe it's a little tough to get going with aristocrats or a couple of humans that you could play, but yes, that was for you, Seb. Wow. I kept the commands that I really liked that I thought were good. That some of the stuff that have stood the test of time. Those are the ones I kept. Zathrid Necromancer, not my jam here. Zulaport Cutthroat, on the other hand, incredible get. 1 in a black for a 1/1 human rogue ally that says whenever Zulaport Cutthroat or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Another Blood Artist. Now we're at what? 9 Blood Artists on Arena? Like, it's something absurd. Blood Artist, Zulaport Cutthroat, Blood Artist, Zulaport Cutthroat, Vengeful Blood Witch, Cruel Celebrant, Elas Il Core, Mayhem Devil, Bastion, Meathook Massacre, Sanguine Bloodstroke, and then Judith, that's 10. I think we have a couple more too. That's a lot of Blood Artists. Funeral Room if you want, 11. Do I already have? I have aristocrats on my list. Not much to say. This card's a huge get. Redundancy is the key. It is the key. MH3, yeah, Marionette Apprentice, 12. So many things. All right. On to red. I should probably take a drink and put another lozenge in my mouth. Can you believe Voxy returned this tracksuit? Not this one in particular. I get so much usage out of this tracksuit. I mean, I wear it. That's pretty big. Catch you later, DDT. Have a good one. I wear it. A Crone Crusader. Sorry, I'm trying to buy a magic card from Cameron. 1 red for a 1/1. Which historic? No, we didn't get Zulaport Cutthroat, right? Cutthroat's not on Arena, right? It is? Fuck. Yeah, it's in an Explorer anthology. I'm pretty sure I've played with this card. All right, let's talk new cards then. By new cards, I mean old cards. Wait, this card was in Foundation's Jumpstart. Fuck! I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Ash Zealot. This one's new. Okay. Ash Zealot. Red for a 2/2 human warrior with first strike, haste, and whenever a player casts a spell from a graveyard, Ash Zealot deals 3 damage to that player. This card's pretty good. It's a lot better than it looks, even if you're not triggering this ability here. Yeah. 2 power, 2 mana, haste, first strike means it's almost always getting in. It's terrible to block. And if it's not getting blocked, then it's doing damage. And if it's doing damage, it might even do more damage with the giant growth. Or with an Ember. I mean, Ember Cleave doesn't matter, but, you know, you're pushing damage. Not much to say. If you get this triggering, you feel like you're a fucking genius. It is symmetrical. It is symmetrical. So your Dreadhorde Arcanist will deal 3 damage to you, but that's okay. You're the one pushing damage. This is a great 2-drop to get for mono red. Even if it looks like it's not going to do anything, when it does something, you're like, oh my god, this is the best card ever printed. And when it doesn't do this triggered ability, you're like, oh my god, this is a 2-mana 2/2 creature with haste and like a combat relevant ability. Chandra Flamecaller. 4 red for a 4 loyalty Chandra +1. Create 2 3/1 red elemental creature tokens with haste. Exile them at the beginning of the next end step. Pay 0. Discard all the cards in your hand. Then draw that many +1. And then -X. Chandra deals 4 damage to, or sorry, X damage to each creature. We already have 2 6-mana Chandras that are actually pretty good. Hope's Beacon and Awakened Inferno. If you're looking to play this one because you want to max out on your Chandras, then sure, this card is totally reasonable. It kills your opponent, can clear the board of cheap things, can restock you if you need to, but it's not exactly the best card to be playing. Like, if I'm just playing those other 2 Chandras and I want another 6-drop, I'm just looking to play like Overlord or the Boiler Bilges or whatever the hell it's called instead of this one. If you want to go ham on the Planeswalkers, you can go ham on the Planeswalkers. And then finally, my brain is rotted. I looked at this card and all I can think of was Minecraft. What is wrong with me? All I can think of is fucking Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft for like a week and a half. I was on the plane coming back from Kentucky, and there were kids playing Minecraft on the plane in front of me, and I just had to sit there and watch them. This is messed up. God, I'm playing on Thursday because there's like a Pioneer Masters release thing. This has gone too far. Minecraft is serious bismuth. We need to get you a sub or something. That was good. I like that. That's a joke. That's good. That's good. I like it. Like it.
And that's no regular
Do we have? I think we have Dragon Mantle. Yeah,
He's
we
a
do.
trained duelist.
Power Flapjack, thank you for the 100 bits. Man who's only played Minecraft, getting real Minecraft vibes from this card game. I know there's a rodeo server. I don't know how to hop onto other people's servers. You gotta understand. I don't know anything about Minecraft except build and mine and hot
Gives me
chip.
conniptions.
That's all I know. Atomic Alchemical, thank you for gifting a sub to F the Bard. That's incredibly generous of you. I've been meaning to sub for a while, to be honest. I've been here for too long without subbing and I feel bad for it. Two things. One, you don't have to feel bad about not subbing to the channel and being here. It's obviously not a requirement. It's appreciated, but I get it. It's 2024. Everything's terrible and expensive. And yeah, look, there, somebody gifted you a sub. If you do want to support, I mean, you could pay it forward and give somebody else, but also not expected. Don't worry about it. Siblau, one good thing came out from the purging of the commands. You can, I also did purging on banned words. So now you can say on camera or in chat, actually. I say on camera, you say in chat. But you can also say the word accelerate. Accelerate was banned. And I'm mentioning that because Expedite is new to Arena. One red instant. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. Draw a card. This card's pretty unassuming, but not that bad in the aforementioned Jeskai Ascendancy deck that I was talking about. Because replaces itself. You play a mana dork and you get to give it haste, and now it can start popping off with the Ascendancy. And worth mentioning, we got with Foundation's Jumpstart Crimson Wisps, which is one red instant. Target creature becomes red and gains haste. Draw a card. So now we have 2 copies of this effect. So the Jeskai Ascendancy deck is it's perfect. We are ready to pop off. And Bloom Tender now? Sheesh. We're so ready. Exquisite Firecraft. 1 red for a sorcery. 4 damage to any target. Spell mastery. If there are 2 or more instant or sorceries in your graveyard, the spell can be countered. 3 mana deal 4 to anything is not that great. We have a couple of cards that can do that. I forget what it's called. The Oingo Boingo Fury. The enchantment. Ulgrath's Fury or something. Uthgart Fury is 3 mana, deal 4 to anything. But this card can't be countered. So if you are going to include like one bigger burn spell in your like mono, like your red deck wins, or your like actual factual burn, like spell slinging kind of deck, this is a good one to play, because it's just sometimes you need that big burn spell to go to the dome. This one's always going to go to the dome. No counter spells for this one. Thank you very much. We have Fanatic Amogus. We have all these. Goblin Heel Cutter. 3 in a red for a 3/2 Goblin Berserker. with whenever Goblin Heel Cutter attacks, target creature can't block this turn, and it has dash. Card's a lot better than it looks. Steamed Clams or Clamor Shaman was pretty good in Goblins. I ended up cutting it because it was a 3-mana 1/1. And even though it didn't, I mean, this returns itself to your hand when you dash it. But this card, not that bad. Like, if you want another chunkier Goblin to really muck combat and you're playing Goblins, totally reasonable card to play. It's not as exciting as some other Goblins that we have. I mean, Rabblemaster we got with Foundation's Jumpstart, so we don't need to talk about it here. Kozilek's Return. 2 and a red for an instant with Devoid. Deals 2 damage to each creature. And then whenever you cast an Eldrazi creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, you can exile Kozilek's Return from your graveyard. If you do, Kozilek's Return deals 5 damage to each creature. We don't have many. I mean, this is more of like a sideboard card to deal with pro red cards or to get around like people having like blue elemental blasts and stuff. But maybe if there's a red green version of an Eldrazi deck running around, this is a totally reasonable card to play. Maybe the big green decks that play a bunch of Eldrazi can branch out into another color, a supporting color, and red could be, well, that color. That also gives you the Eldrazi Line Breaker, which is pretty good at killing people and pretty good at just giving your big idiots some amount of beep beep vroom zoom. Also, that's a deck that, depending on where you're getting your mana from, you could be running Pyroclasms and similar cards like this to keep yourself alive. Legion Loyalist. 1 mana 1/1 Goblin Soldier with haste. And whenever Legion Loyalist attacks, and at least 2 other creatures attack, creatures you control gain first strike and trample, and can't be blocked by creature tokens this turn. This card is great. It's a great little goblin. Just so annoying. Just so incredibly annoying. Every part of it. You could maybe even play this card in a very low to the ground red deck wins list. You know, it's just a 1 mana 1/1 haste. If you're a deck that plays every kind of like Jackal Pup style card, it's a totally reasonable add-on because this card with Battalion, like getting this Battalion to trigger is really annoying. It's really annoying. Yeah, pretty good card. Not much to talk about for red cards. It's like, yeah, this card's good. It kills you. And you're like, oh, okay. Cool. Like Mizium Mortars. 1 in a red for a sorcery. Deals 4 damage to target creature you don't control. Then has Overload for 3 red, red, red. So that's going to turn into 4 damage to each creature you don't control. This card was a banger back in the day. It's a shame that it's a mythic wild card, but I guess I understand why. Having a one-sided wrath effect in your limited format at rare, kind of a pisser. Not hitting a planeswalker is a bit awkward, but I will say there are times where when I was playing like the Blue Moon deck, where I liked having Scorching Shot to deal with Shieldred. I liked having the Molten Impact because it's Molten Impact. But I wanted something else because I wasn't playing. I remember cutting Mephit's Enthusiasm or being like, I'm never actually getting this bonus for anything. And I just wanted another 2 mana kill a thing. I think I played the Fanged Flames, but the Devoid was awkward with like Fury and stuff. And this is just nice because like sometimes you're like, okay, I'll pay 2 mana to kill your thing that you also paid 2 mana or more for. Or you're just like, woo, I have another sweeper. Here we go. And it happens to be one-sided. Cool card. Oh, no. Oh, my God, Monastery Swiftspear. Outpost Siege. Outpost Siege. 3 in a red for an enchantment. As it enters, you pick Cons or Dragons. Cons, at the beginning of your upkeep, you exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you can play that card. Dragons, whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, deals 1 damage to any target. You're never really playing this for the dragon side. It's tempting to be like, oh, I could play this in Aristocrats or whatever, but too expensive. We already covered all the other Blood Artists you can play that are much cheaper. you're playing this in like a big red deck or like a Boros mid-range deck or something, and you want as many kind of, well, these kind of just are called Outpost Siege. Like when you're comparing cards that do this to something, you compare it to Outpost Siege. Just you get to draw an extra card every turn, but also you only get to use it that turn. So you're going to do that in big red. We already got Mom Pop Thop Shop. Perforos. These cards are just not good in Arena. Yeah, that's it. I don't have much to say. I loaded, I'm like, Perforos, hell yeah. Nope. I would rather play, if you're going to play these kind of cards, you would rather play Impact Tremors or Goblin Bombardment. That's the real one. Ooh. Radiant Flames. 2 and a red for a sorcery. Radiant with Converge. Radiant Flames deals X damage to each creature where X is the number of colors. We actually didn't have Pia and Kira? No way. No, we did. I died to this card. I died to this card. What the fuck? I died to this card. Where did I die to this card? Was that Magic Online? I must have died to it on Magic Online. All right, I'll talk about Mom Pop Thopter Shop. Radiant Flames is a Converge Pyroclasm. I think I typically want to play Brotherhood's End, but if you're like a 3-color or 4-color deck that wants something like this, maybe in addition to like Toxic Deluge or whatever, and you like the way that it scales, reasonable card to play. I'm not running out to use a wild card on it, but yeah. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to talk about the iconic Chandra's Dead Parents. One of the funniest nickname attempts I've ever seen. This is why nicknames need to come naturally. You know, don't force it. Mom Pop Thopter Shop over here. 2 red for a 2/2 legendary creature, Human Artificer. P and Kira Nalaar enter with 2/1/1 artifact Thopter tokens with flying. And then pay 2 and a red, sack a creature. Pia and Kira Nalaar deals 2 damage to any target. This card's a lot better than it looks, even after, you know, a decade since release. That's right. Magic Origins came out 10 years ago. I mean, technically it's 9 years ago, but almost 10. Wanna feel old? Yeah, this card's great. It's 3 bodies on 1 card. You can throw not just the tokens, but other things, Ichor Wellsprings and whatnot. Really annoying in like a Red X mid-range deck. Usually in a Red X mid-range deck that doesn't have green. And if you're combining it with like artifacts, obviously it's great. Arista Scraps or the like Jeskai artifact kind of mid-range deck. Yeah. Pretty good. Ooh. Reckless Bushwhacker. 2 in a red for a 2/1 Goblin Warrior ally with Surge for 1 in a red. Again, Surge is if you or an opponent, if you or a teammate has already cast another spell this turn, you get to pay this for the Surge cost. It has haste, and when Reckless Bushwhacker enters, if its Surge cost was paid, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. This card is very good in Goblins. Very good. I mean, you could probably play this in like a Boros tokens list too or something. And yeah, not much to say. In the past couple of months, we've gotten Goblin Bushwhacker and Reckless Bushwhacker. So that's incredible to see. I really wish this got new art. I hate this fucking chin. Like, what is this? What is this Crimson Chin bullshit? No other goblin has a face like this. Like, I'm pretty sure this chin does not appear on any other card. Like, I'm gonna look up some goblin. I'm gonna look up some Zendikar sets. Huh? You want me to see if there... Sorry, are you asking, are there any goblins that are trans men? What's the joke? No, I didn't say they had bad... I said they have a large chin. No, not chin hair. But I'll tell you what, if I find any goblin with bad facial hair, I'll let you know. Yeah. Yeah, none of these goblins, some of them have like large-ish chins, but this one's egregious. Like, this is wild. Some of them have big chins. I'll give them that. But like this, what are we doing with this one? The angle is all the way off. This looks less like a chin and more like a fucking, like a neck. What is it, a waddle? I'm not a, no, I'm yelling at Kiefer. Look, Kiefer's just trying to fight for trans men representation, specifically in goblins. All right. Yeah, big ass chin. Anyways, moving on. Scab Clan Berserker. One red, excuse me, for a 2/2 human berserker with haste and renown 1. For those that don't know what renown is, when this creature deals combat damage to a player, if it isn't renowned, you put a 1/1 counter on it, and now it becomes renowned. Kind of like monstrous sort of thing. And says whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, if Scab Clan Berserker is renowned, Scab Clan Berserker deals 2 damage to that player. This is a powerful ability, but it is on a 3-mana 2/2, which is a bit tough. And also, the format's a bit more board-based, and so not really doing too much. Yeah, Pi mentions, I miss when Black Lotus into this thing happened in Vintage. There was a while in Vintage where occasionally you would run into the mono red deck. Like, people were playing like red deck wins in Vintage, and it was wild. Just like they're on like Eidolon of the Great Revel, Scab Clan Berserker. They're on like Price of Progress, Fire Blast, Pyrostatic Pillar. What else did they play? They played some really bad stuff. It was dope. Scabbers. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. I wonder if you could win if you could do reasonably well in a Vintage League with mono red. Yeah, Storm is a lot bigger. Do you see there was like a Jeskai energy list that like there's like a Jeskai energy Luris list that I'm pretty sure it top 8'd the challenge or something like that. Play against Zero Oath decks? Hell yeah. It's time. What else do we have? Ooh, yeah. Stormbreath Dragon, 3 red for a 4/4 dragon with flying, haste, and protection from white. 5 red, monstrosity 3. When Stormbreath Dragon becomes monstrous, it deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of cards in that player's hand. So this is one of the weirder dragons. Wait, Please tell me we got Thundermaw Hellkite. We didn't get Thundermaw Hellkite? Wait, it's not legal in Pioneer? Oh my god, this card's old. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh god, this card came out in 2012. Oh no. No, it's M13. It came out in 2012. Oh no. Oh shit. Well, you know, fuck, man. Oh, it was the core set right before RTR. Yeah, because I remember playing this card with RTR cards. Right? Like it was in the set with Thragtusk. With Swag Trunk. But I guess Swag... Where did Swag Trunk get put on Arena? Was it in like a Jumpstart product? Because Swag Trunk's on Arena. Alright. Stormbreath Dragon. Not as bad as it looks. Despite it being seen as kind of one of the worst ones. Like if you go Glorybringer, Goldspan, Thundermaw, and then this one. Not necessarily in that order. Glorybringer's like great. But even then, we don't really play those dragons anymore. But if you're all in on playing these dragons, this one, being able to dodge Swords, Path, Condemn, Wandering Emperor, bunch of stuff, is pretty nice, actually. It's a nice little get. And hey, if you're on those dragons, the more the merrier. I also like how weird this dragon looks. I've always enjoyed how because it's supposed to be like Greek mythology, right? For Theros. And dragon doesn't scream Greek mythology, but this weird kind of salamander style body is dope. Huge get, Wild Slash. 1 red for an instant. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, damage can't be prevented this turn. Wild Slash deals 2 damage to any target. Great. It's a new shock. It's technically a shock with upside. If your deck was playing shocks, you should play Wild Slash. Big get. Speaking of, Zurgo Bellstriker. 1 mana for a 2/2 legendary creature Orc Warrior. Zurgo Bellstriker can't block creatures with power 2 or greater and has dash for 1 in a red. Zurgo is a very good aggressive red creature. If you are a deck playing 1 mana aggressive red creatures, you should play Zurgo. On to green. I don't think I'll have time to play Vintage Cube today. Because I think my voice is going to give out before I even get there. 1 green for an instant for Aspect of Hydra. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is your devotion to green. This is not a card that is going to show up in like a prowess style deck or a pump spell style deck or whatever. But I am a bit of a sucker for this card in mono green. Like mono green aggro. I would make an exception for this card because this card can just be like a berserk. Especially because mono green now has I thought we have... Wait. Is Leatherback Baloth not in Jumpstart? I could have sworn I saw Leatherback Baloth on Arena. I'm booting up Arena. It's not on Scryfall. I swear to God I saw this and went, oh, okay, cool. I need to see it with my own eyes. What the fuck is this from? This card is on Arena. Why is this on? Was this from an anthology? What anthology was this in? What? It's a reprint from the list? Yeah, it's not Pioneer Legal. Then what is it from? It's not in a historic anthology. Where is it from? Is it just in, like, it's just kind of in the void? Okay. It's just vibing. Okay, great. Well, we know it exists. So it goes with Yorvo. It goes with yeah, where's this card from? What happened? Why is that on Arena? I'm not complaining. There are plenty of triple green pip cards. It's a fun card to play. Cool pump spell. It's like 1 mana +6/+6 a lot of the time. Great. It's not on a bonus sheet, I don't think. Avatar the Resolute. Green for a 3/2 Avatar with Reach and Trample. Avatar the Resolute enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each other creatures you control with a 1/1 counter on it. This card's fine. It's maybe not even worth it anymore. If you're like a 2-color counters deck and you're really looking to max out having cheap creatures, this is a reasonable, creature to play. That's it. It's a reasonable, cheap creature to play that works well in counters decks. But if you play more than 2 colors, you're probably already maxed out on playables, or at least on cards that this card is not replacing, especially with the green mana cost. Basara Tower Archer. Green for a 2/1 hexproof with Reach. This is just a creature with hexproof. We do not have many of them. We got Gladecover Scout is on Arena. We have it just got added to Arena.
Monkey. His name's Wheeler. He's a trained duelist.
We have Invisible Stalker is on Arena. I think that's it. For like cheap creatures. Yeah, it's looking like it. Technically, Paradise Druid can have hexproof. Oh, Cyber Cryptomancer. Okay. So Sylvan Carry added. Not what we're looking for. We don't have Slippery Bogle or Solana Ledgewalker. Those are the big ones. But if you're looking to get a creature, like if you're looking to play Bogles and just stacking up all these auras on it, here we go. You have to play this because there's nothing else you can play. Boon Satyr. 1 green for a 4/2 enchantment creature, Satyr, with Flash and Bestow for 3 green. Enchanted creature gets +4/+2. If you are playing the if you're playing the like enchantment creatures deck, and you're in green, which you likely are, you're probably playing Boon Satyr. Card's reasonable, comes down early, flash triggering Constellation's kind of hot, and the Bestow is a hell of a lot of damage that you get to push.
Eggs! EGGS eggs!
The Brood Monitor Eldrazi Displacer combo. Power Flapjack, thank you for the 100 bits. Leatherback Baloth isn't even legal in any Arena legal format, so I'm completely baffled. Yeah, I don't get it. No fucking clue. No clue. Northern Seas, back for the 16th month as well. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you in Mesa. Good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Commune with the Gods. 1 green for a sorcery. You reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You can put a creature or enchantment card from among them into your hand, and then the rest go into your graveyard. This is a 2-mana card that mills a bunch of cards and also puts a creature that cares about you having a bunch of cards in your graveyard into your hand, and can occasionally put a cool enchantment. I don't know if you want to play this because I don't think... I mean, those decks are on like Grizzly Salvage and stuff, but anytime you add non-creature cards to your deck, it gets a little worse. So maybe you don't want to play that, but here's another card, if you do want to play that, that you can run. Yeah, it finds Jeskai Ascendancy. Oh my god. Sorry, I forgot that this card might be in the set. Or that it would have to be. Not Experiment 1. 1 mana 1/1 Human Ooze with Evolve. For those that forget what Evolve is. Whenever a creature you control enters, if the creature has greater power or toughness, you put a 1/1 counter on this creature. And then you can remove 2 counters from Experiment 1 to regenerate Experiment 1. Pretty good aggressive green creature. Also happens to be a human. But pretty good aggressive green creature. You play it on turn 1, gets bigger. You play it into counters deck, gets bigger. And also doesn't die because of, regenerate. Fog? We haven't had Fog on Arena, but now we have Fog. 1 green instant. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Whew! I am going to ruin some days with this card. You could get Fog from the Tome. Turbo Fog. But this is the first time that we've got actual factual 1-mana Fog on Arena. I think there are a couple of 2-mana ones. Prevent combat damage. I'm excited to play this card and then just run into somebody that Questing Beasts me, and I'm like, oh yeah, this sucked even without Questing Beasts. Now it really sucks. Oh yeah, we got Commencement of Festivities. Haze of Pollen. Moonwit. Oh, Moonmist isn't that good. Root Snare. Damn. Oh, hell yeah. All right, we got some fogs. I'm going to play Turbo Fog, and it is going to suck. Very excited to play this deck. Hell yeah. Garruk, Caller of Beasts. 4 green for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker. Garruk. +1, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put all creature cards revealed this way into your hand, and the rest on the bottom in a random order, or in any order, excuse me. -3, you can put a green creature card from your hand into play. -7, you get an emblem with whenever you cast a creature spell. You search your library for a creature card and put it into play, then shuffle. Okay. This card's great. This card is very good. It basically reads, hey, you drew your Craterhoof Behemoth or your Enraze Forerunners. Let me help you out there, champ. Then it plops them into play. And then you kill them. Or it says, hey, let me play Garruk and then put like Hornet Queen or Kogla or Akoma or Prime Time or something. It just hits play and then poops it into play, and then you get to do the thing and have a blocker, and you play the planeswalker effectively for free. Or you got nothing, but you've accelerated like ahead of your opponent. You play a Garruk and you start plussing it, try to find some stuff. You play this and you put Leatherback Beowulf into play. This Garruk's great. I would play it in your big green decks. Yeah, that's it. Craterhoof decks, Primetime decks, decks with a bunch of elves. It's pretty good. Gather the Pack. 1 and a green for a sorcery that says reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You can put a creature card from among them into your hand. The rest go into your graveyard, and it has Spell Mastery. If there are 2 more instant sorceries in your graveyard, put up to 2 creatures from them revealed into your hand instead. I'd be more excited to play this one than Commune with the Gods. Because we're aiming for the creature. The enchantment part of Commune with the Gods is whatever. We're aiming for a creature. But spell mastery, because evidently we're going to mill a couple of spells, can mean that we can get multiple creatures. But it's not a you have to. It's up to 2 as well. So if you are looking for another kind of Grizzly Salvage style card, I think this is the one that you want to go to before Commune with the Gods. Just the ability to maybe get 2 creatures if you really want to is pretty nice. Glade Cover Scout. Oh, that's great art. I really like that artwork. I wonder why they changed the artwork. It's time to see who's ready to play. It's time to play. Why did they change this artwork? I mean, sometimes they also just want to go with new art. All right, it's not AI. It's not NFTs. It's not sexual assault. Show me racism. Nope. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, right. It could be anti-vax. Nope. Huh. All right. They just decided to change the artwork. Oh, the original artwork, she's just wearing a thong. I see. Okay. So the original artwork's a little horny. I get it. All right. Well, that's like a reasonable reason to swap the art, I guess.
Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
Glade Cover Scout. Put auras on this card and kill them. Circus of Kirk is back for the 63rd month. Cancelled for woke. They were too woke. This is a card that I've always liked, but is always just kind of bad. Hero of Lane of Tower. 1 mana, 1/1 heroic, human warrior. Whenever you cast a spell that targets the hero, you can pay X. If you do, put X counters on it. The problem is, if I'm like an all-in every heroic creature kind of deck, I think I'm in red-white and not playing green, which makes this a little tough. Yeah. I've always wanted this card to be a lot better than it was. I guess one of the other issues is that you need additional mana for it to get anything. Like, you can't just target it and get a bonus. Which is probably enough knocks against it so that I'm not interested in playing this card. Hornet Nest. Oh, yeah. All you mana drain haters out there. Mistcutter Hydra. X and a green for a 0/0 Hydra. This spell can't be countered. Haste, protection from blue. Enters with X 1/1 counters on it. Are you tired of Gold Vein Hydra being too good? Or being so good that it gets countered? Well, here you go. Yeah, Mistcutter Hydra. I played Mistcutter Hydra in Highlander. No, I played it last year. As early as last year. I put it in medium green. It's kind of funny. I know somebody that played this in Hoof like this past year. It's just, yeah, nice Force of Will, idiot. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably not worth it anymore. But if you really want to stick it to green, the fact that it scales is kind of nice. Get it? Hardened scales, +1/+1 counters. Yeah. This card still kills people. It has some game. No trample's a bit of an iffy, and it obviously competes with Gold Vein Hydra. But this card can do work. Pro Blue, they don't print protection on cards anymore, and this is why. Because of woke. Nemesis of Mortals, another card that I fucking love and wish that it was good enough. But here it might be. 4 green for a 5/5 snake. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your graveyard. Pay 7 green for Monstrosity 5. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each creature in your graveyard. So 2 mana 5/5 in the, and like reducing by 4 is not that difficult in the like the Bone Zone deck. And then being able to instant speed make it gigantic. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I don't hate this card. I mean, I literally started off talking about this card with, I love this card. I wish I could play it. I'd play this in the Bone Zone for sure. Maybe Bone Zone just goes black, green now. You could maybe black green Bone Zone. I'm going to do that. Hold on. Add it to my list. Ooh. Nissa's Pilgrimage. 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 basic forest cards. Reveal them. Put 1 into your hand and 1 into battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. And has Spell Mastery. There are 2 or more instant sorceries in your yards. You look for 3 basic forests instead of 2. You still only get 1 to play tap, but then you get to draw 2 lands effectively. Kodama's Reach is not on Arena. Cultivate is. And Cultivate and Rampant Growths are kind of in a weird spot where for the longest time they weren't really played, but that's because they're at their best when you have redundancy and when you have big over-the-top things that we can do where we want to avoid our opponent. We want to brick our opponent's spot removal, right? And we're getting to the point where now we have enough of these. We're getting more and more of these, right? We don't have Kodama's Reach, but we have Cultivate. I think we have a couple of them from like Foundation's Jumpstart gave us 1 more, and we have like what do we have? We have some of them on here. We have Into the North and whatnot. And we have a thing to do at our top end to as a payoff that is not a creature, right? I mean, we could kind of do it with like Eldrazi and whatnot, but we also just have all these time warps. There's a little fluff. Got it. We have all these time warps. So now we could do like a rampy turbo fog kind of stuff, get into a bunch of mana, bricking all their spot removal, and then boom, we just start taking infinite turns. Or just a bunch of extra turns and using our planeswalkers and whatnot. Yeah, cool. That's it. We got some bangers coming up here. Nissa Vastwood's here. 2 and a green for a 2/2 Elf Scout. When Nissa enters, you search your library for a basic forest, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. And, beg your pardon? I think Gavin skeeted about it. Do you know what that word means? Skeet is a blue sky that's what they're calling it? No. That's not what it means. Skeet means to come. It's been over a year. Now I'm just hearing. No, you can't call it skeeting. You can't call it skeeting. No. I'm never going to Blue Sky now. You can't call it skeeting. That word already exists and it means to come. Also, for small birds you shoot. Yeah, but I feel like people that use skeeting for coming, and people that, which admittedly, it's not super popular, but if you hear it, that's what you think. And skeet shooting, they're a little on separate ends. People that are on social media, I think, are a little closer to the ejaculation part of this discussion. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Anyways, I want to talk about Nissa more. 3-mana 2/2 ETB, find a basic forest in your hand, and when a land ETBs, if you control 7 or more, you exile Nissa and bring her back transformed. Comes in as Nissa Sage Animist. 3 loyalty, +1, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it into play. Otherwise, put it in your hand. -2, you create a Shaya, the Awoken World, a legendary 4/4 green elemental creature token. And -7, untap up to 6 target lands to become 6/6 elemental creatures. They're still lands. This part is rarely used, but the fact that we have a 3-mana 2/2 that replaces itself with a relevant creature type that guarantees us hitting our next land drop, kind of like Huatley, the warrior poet. Pretty nice. And then once we get up to a bunch of lands, we get a planeswalker that starts drawing us extra cards or makes a 4/4 until that 4/4 dies, and then we make another 4/4. Yeah, it's a card that is good early and good late, and I'm excited to see how well it is aged. And we'll be trying it out in land decks and Green X mid-range decks that are looking to hit some higher mana thresholds. Nissa, Voice of Zendikar. 1 green for a 3 loyalty legendary planeswalker Nissa that has +1, create a 0/1 green plant token. -2, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. And -7, you gain X life and draw X cards where X is the number of lands you control. This card's the real deal. If you haven't played against this card with Mana Dorks, it is messed up. It is really hard to get rid of this card if it hits the table on turn 2, especially when you are on the draw. And this card gets out of hand. Even if it's just making chump blockers, it is really difficult to get this off the table without directly addressing it with like a Vindicate style of effect. Because you just make so many blockers, and then you can even make those blockers even bigger if you're not gunning for the ultimate. But this card ults a lot quicker than you think. 7 loyalty is a lot of loyalty to alt, but considering this hits the table on turn 2, makes blockers, and you're passing the turn with it at 4 loyalty, that's fucked. This card is very good. I'm going to be trying it out in Green X creature decks, token decks. Like, it's not a hyper aggressive card, but it's just a really solid mid-range card. Yeah, worth crafting. Worth Minecrafting. God, I want to play Minecraft. Oath of Nissa. 1 green legendary enchantment. When Oath of Nissa enters, you look at the top 3 cards of your library, and you can reveal a creature card, land card, or planeswalk card from among them, put them into your hand. The rest go on the bottom of your library in any order. And you may spend mana as though it were the mana of any color to cast planeswalker spells. This last part is not super relevant, but it can occasionally pop up. It is a 1 mana enchantment that replaces itself, helps you hit land drops, and find enchantresses. I would play this in Enchantress. It doesn't really see play in like the ramp decks or whatever, because, you know, we're not all in on Nykthos, or like stacking Green Devotion. But being able to, again, replace itself and fit the theme of a very specific like card type is pretty important. Plukranos, World Eater. 2 green for a 5/5 legendary creature Hydra with monstrous XX and a green for monstrous X or monstrosity X. When Plukranos becomes monstrous, it deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures your opponents control. Each of those creatures deals damage equal to their power to Plukranos. This card is not what it used to be. It's Not great. It's what, this and Sarulf? Are those the two World Eaters? Is that the one? No, that's Realm Eater. Yeah, it just hasn't really done enough. Or sorry, it hasn't aged well and doesn't do enough. 5 mana, a 4 mana card with no ETB that doesn't immediately impact the board. That when you untap, even with 5, we're doing what? Monsters X? It's just, yes, and everybody's making the when Polukranos rotates, Siege Rhino. Very good, everybody. Good job. Yeah, very good. You're doing so well, babe. Yeah, I just don't think it's good enough, even in mono green. Just not interested, which is a bummer because this card, you know, near and dear to my heart. Ooh, I think we had Pulse, right? I vaguely recall Pulse locking people. Yeah, we have the Pulse. Urban Hunter, not very good anymore. Ooh. Skylasher. 1 in a green for a 2/2 flash. This spell can't be countered. Reach and protection from blue. We've done it. We've found the answer to Psychic Frog. Huzzah. I don't know if I'd recommend playing this. But I mean, if you're mono green, maybe. That's it. Oh, let's fucking go. I have been waiting for this card to hit Arena since the creation of Gladiator. Like, literally, when we created Gladiator, this was the first card I thought about. When it's like, ooh, and these cards could come out, and this would be good in the format, and whatever. Sylvan Caryatid. Perfect. It's perfect. 1 in a green for an 0/3 plant with Defender, Hexproof, tap to add 1 mana of any color. Still sees some play in Canadian Highlander. Great in monocolor decks, great in multicolor decks. If you're a deck that's playing Mana Dorks, this is the 2-drop one you're playing. If you're playing all the 1 mana ones and you're like, I'm not going to play a Paradise Druid Pig, this is one that you will play. Like, you're just going to play this card. It's so good. It's so good. Sylvan Primordial, Band and Commander. 5 green for a 6/8 creature avatar with Reach. And when Sylvan Primordial enters, for each opponent, destroy target non-creature permanent that player controls. For each permanent destroy this way, search your library for a forest card, put into play, tap, then shuffle. There are just better big idiots to play. I would just play Titan of Industry over this kind of card. You don't really need to ramp that more. You can find Surveil lands, which is nice. But there are also just better things to like Eldritch Evolution into or ramp into than this thing. It's a big donkey. If you want a bunch of these kind of effects, like a bunch of top end things, then maybe this one's okay. But it's just, even before I get to this, I think I'm playing some of the other ones and maybe even dipping into other colors. Great Aurora. Ooh. Voyaging Satyr. Another banger of a mana dork. 1 in a green for a 1/2 Satyr Druid with tap, untap target land. This one admittedly is a lot better when you have access to Gaia's Cradle. But we do have Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx in our format. We have like Utopia Sprawl in our format. We have Wolfwillow Haven. We have ways of making lands tap for more than 1 mana. It's a totally reasonable card to play. It's a totally reasonable Magic card to play. Pretty good for a 2-drop. Also, it just kind of reads like, you know, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool sort of thing. Yeah. Not as good as it is in Canlander, or as was in Canlander. It's kind of fallen out of favor there, admittedly, but it gets the job done. Whisperwood Elemental. 3 green for a 4/4 Elemental. At the beginning of your end step, you manifest the top card of your library, and then you can sacrifice Whisperwood Elemental until end of turn. Face up non-token creatures you control gain when this creature dies. Manifest the top card of your library. Whisperwood Elemental was great in hoof decks as your like mid-range-ish card that could still build to the board. It's very annoying. We have seen players try to build decks built around Manifest and Manifest Dread, and Whisperwood Elemental would line up pretty nicely in those decks. Other than that, I think it's a little outmodded. Maybe somebody puts together like a green go wide-ish deck with like Tender Shoot Dryad and whatnot. But I don't know. I like this card a lot. I got a lot of nostalgia for this card. And I'm mostly talking about it because there has been so much exploration in like the Manifest Dread style card. You know. Then there's this big donkey. I guess I'll talk about it. Woodland Wanderer. 3 and a green for a 2/2 elemental with Vigilance, Trample, and Converge. ETBs with a 1/1 counter on it for each other color. Each color of mana spent to cast it. So this is a 4 mana 6/6 Vigilance, Trample. If you're in a 4 color deck, and we already have that in that fucking worm. What's that worm called? The colossal sandworm, colossal rattleworm. Yeah, it's basically the same thing, but you can play it in mono green, and it randomly just has flash, and also just tutors a land when it dies. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm off it. It's weird to me nobody was blinking Manifest back in the day. I mean, they were trying, it just not very successful. On to gold. A Johnny, Mentor of Heroes. This card's bad, but I kind of want to talk about it because I just want to read this card. 3 green and a white for a 4 loyalty legendary planeswalker, a Johnny. With +1, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. +1, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an aura, creature, or planeswalker card from among them. Put them into your hand, the rest on the bottom of the library in the random order. Or in any order. I keep doing that. And then -8, you gain 100 life. Oh, this card. Oh man, this is like the ultimate like Timmy card because this card is still $5. People fucking loved this card. This card used to be like $15 just because kids wanted it or casual players wanted it. They saw gain 100 life and they're like, that's so much life. Unbeatable. It saw niche play back in the day. Yeah, this card stinks, right? Like this card's bad, but you gain 100 life. How much life would this need to gain for it to be playable? Like what? 250 life? Maybe if it gained 250 life or like 500 life, you gain 1,000 life. Now we're talking. Bad. This card's bad, but I'll talk about it. Annex and Cymede. 1 red and a white for a 3/2 legendary human soldier with first strike and vigilance. And heroic. Whenever you cast a spell that targets Annex and Cymede, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. It's a 3 mana creature without an immediate ETB and 2 toughness, so it's bad. Pretty bad. But I don't know. If I'm building this Boros heroic list, I'm at least starting with this card in the list because I'm going to get shit if I don't. Right? I'm going to get shit if I don't play this. It's a cool card. People like it. It has the word. It's a legend with the word. But not if you're trying to win as many games as possible, I probably wouldn't be sleeping this card up. Ooh, what the fuck? Ashen Rider. 4 white, white, black, black, 5/5 for a flying Archon. When Ashen Rider enters or dies, exile target permanent. Pretty good reanimation card. Pretty good sneak attack card. I mean, sneak attack maybe not because you just want to kill them instead. But this is a totally reasonable reanimation card. Even like if you're like a reanimate deck with like maybe some ETB kind of synergies, and some blink stuff, this card is real annoying. Really good with clones. Yeah, it's Ashen Rider. This card still sees play in like Vintage Cube and sideboard and some reanimator strategies. Yeah. Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. 1 blue and a black for a legendary planeswalker, Ashiok. 3 starting loyalty. +2, exile the top 3 cards of target player's library. Or target opponent, excuse me. Target opponent's library. -X. Put a creature card with mana value X exiled with Ashiok onto the battlefield under your control. Creature is a nightmare in addition to its other types. And then -10, exile all cards from all opponents' hands and graveyards. Ashiok is pretty cool. This card is pretty dope. It's not as... You look at this card and you're like, well, it's a planeswalker, doesn't protect itself, yada, yada, yada. But this is another card that was slept on for a long time in Canlander, and then turned out to actually be quite a good card in like the Grixis decks or in the check pile decks. It's kind of fallen out of favor. It has certainly fallen out of favor again. I haven't seen this card for a while, but like it is not that bad, especially as cards get cheaper. Creatures get cheaper. Being able to sneak somebody's Psychic Frog or whatever. It racks up loyalty very quickly. Quite good with acceleration if you have Moxen or Mana Dorks or whatever. Yeah, it's really annoying. It's really annoying. Can screw up some fetch lands with that. Like, milling is not good. Exiling can genuinely be annoying. Like, there are spots where exiling random cards off the top of your opponent's deck is like relevant in Singleton. The milling can be relevant for certain things as well, but obviously fueling somebody's graveyard for delve cards or other interactive pieces is not something you want to be doing. I'm excited to play with this card again. I'm going to be trying this in most blue-black decks or blue-black X decks that look to build to the board a little bit. Even control decks. Yeah. Excited to play with this card again. A lot better than it looks. A lot better than it looks. Holy shit. We found Shivam's card. Assemble the Legion. 3 red and a white for an enchantment. It says at the beginning of your upkeep, you put a muster counter on Assemble the Legion. Muster! Then create a 1/1 red and white soldier creature token with haste for each muster counter on Assemble the Legion. Yeah, this card is wow, nobody liked that one. I got topical reference. Good one. Mustard counter. Like, come on. Nothing? There's no laughing emoji? I got fuck. It's a pretty good song. Although I think I like Squabble Up a little bit better. Yeah, this card just wins games. I think in that like Boros mid-range to Boros control style deck, like I think that mono white tokens control the board, draw cards kind of deck can dip into red. We have seen it dip into red in standard. If it does, Assemble the Legion is like a card that just ends the game. There's so much inevitability tied to this thing. Obviously pretty absurd with like your Caretaker's Talents and your Welcoming Vampires and stuff. Like, this card is great for that. It is 5 mana. It doesn't do anything the turn you play it. But there's a reason why this card is mythic. It ends games, and it is miserable to play against. Athreos is poo-poo. Aurelia's Fury. No, I'm good. Ooh, Azorius Charm, though. Azorius Charm. White and a blue for an instant. Creatures you control gain lifelink until end of turn. Draw a card or put target attacking or blocking creature on top of its owner's library. This card's great. A lot better than it looks. Cheap. Replaces itself. Pitches to, anytime you have a cheap multicolored card that can act as, that can either replace itself or act as situational kind of removal, you're good. You're locked in. Because it also, as goofy as it sounds, the pitch to Force of Will, but being able to, have it pitch to Solitude or Subtlety is not nothing. This card's a lot better than it looks. Really, really unassuming at first glance, but the creatures you control gain lifelink really helps you race. Just being able to replace itself for 2 mana, sure, whatever, but doing so while casting a spell, pretty relevant for some cards that care about, you casting spells, having certain instants or sorceries in the graveyard, whatever. And then being able to muck an attacking or blocking creature, hell yeah, great. Really underrated Magic card for both Canlander and obviously Gladiator can't be underrated. It just came out, but underrated card for Canlander. This gets the Robin Sorensen seal of approval. I think I should be playing this in my Esper deck. I think I want to update my Esper deck to be more like Esper 3 Animator in Canlander, but I think that deck should maybe be playing Azorius Charm. Blood Baron of Vizkopa. 3 white and a black for a 4/4 vampire with lifelink, protection from white, protection from black. And as long as you have 30 or more life and opponent has 10 or less life, Blood Baron of Vizkopa gets +6/+6 and has flying. Another card that looks a lot worse than it is. This card will fucking kill you. It is so tough to get pro black and pro white on a 4/4. Granted, Gladiator's a format that has more cards like Mizzium Mortars and Molten Impact and whatnot running around. But other than that, you're not getting killed by Bitter Triumph. Fury can get it, sure. The red stuff, right? That you're only worried about the red stuff with this card. And even then, you're probably not playing this. I'm more interested in playing this as a top end for Esper, or maybe you're playing this in a deck that if it gets burnt out, you can bring it back. You can reanimate it or whatever. It's like a mid-range kind of strategy. Maybe you're in a deck that wants to bait out these red cards before the Blood Baron hits the table, because this creature is fucking huge. It's really good when backed by removal and can just take over a game very quickly. Really difficult to kill, and there are just certain matchups where just 100 it's just a 10-0. You get knocked the fuck out by this card, right? Well, you can't put a counter on this from the Wandering Emperor because it has pro white. Imagine you sit down to fight the black-white ruin your evening deck and they play this card. Or you're playing against them with this card. It's so tough to get this off the table. You need to Toxic Deluge or catch them with a Shieldred's Edict or whatever. It's tricky to rock a rhyme. Oh, Blood Tithe Harvester. Boros Reckoner. 3 hybrid Boros. For a 3/3 Minotaur Wizard. Whenever Boros Reckoner is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target, and you can pay a hybrid Boros to gain first strike until end of turn. I think we've come a long way from this card being the most annoying thing in Standard. Remember when this was a thing? This was a $20 card. What a wild world to live in. I kind of miss those days. I don't think we're doing any combo kills with this. We just have better things to do. I guess it's kind of cute to do a Boros Charm, Azorius Charm, whatchamacallit? Harvest Pyre was the one that they played with this card. But yeah. Minotaur walking too much armor to be a wizard. Sure, Tall. I'm gonna call you on that. Because I fucking love the battle mage trope. I love the like wizard or shaman decked out in metal gear. Metal gear. Metal gear. Liquid. Colonel. Yeah, I love that. Mostly because that's my favorite Demon Souls character. My favorite Demon Souls build is basically this. Except instead of the sword, he's got the big peepee. Yeah, this card's a bit too cute. I just realized I said the big peepee. People might not know what that is. Yeah, the second floor basement. Wait. Second floor basement. Colonel. The phosphorus pole. God, I need to play Demon Souls again. There's an item in Demon Souls called phosphorus pole, and it's really good.
And that's no regular monkey.
And I found out while playing Demon Souls for the first time that people refer to the phosphorus pole as the big PP. And it's one of those things, sometimes you read something so immature that you just can't help but laugh. Like, it's just like, it's so fucking stupid. Right? It's a staff that regens your MP. It's cool. Power Flapjack, thank you for the 100 bits. No Marine Barber touched that head of hair. Huh? Hawk Tua wood. Got a Hawk Tua wood. Can't even die right. All right. Gives me conniptions. Oh, another one. Catch you later, Power Flapjack. Oh, it's an MGS2 snake quote. I never played MGS2. Maybe I should. Okay, we got some cards left, folks, and my voice is running out. Bounding Krasis. 1 green blue for a 3/3 fish lizard with flash. And when Bounding Krasis enters, you may tap or untap target creature. Good in the Kiki Pod, Birthing Pod kind of decks. We don't have Kiki Jiki. So that's a bit of a pisser. But I'll take a 3/3 that untaps my Prime Speaker Vanifar. That Kiki Pod list may be my favorite Gladiator deck that I've played like all year. Like that Kiki Pod list, the cheeky list, Kiki list, or whatever the hell I was calling it. Where is it? 4-color podless pod. Yeah, this deck fucking ruled. I would play the shit out of this deck again. Especially because they got so many upgrades. Because I played it 3 months ago. Oh yeah, we got a ton of new upgrades for this list. I'd be interested in playing it. And this card is one of them. Ring Delight. 3 green and a blue for a sorcery with Converge. Search your library for a creature, instant, or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast a spell. Exile that card, then shuffle. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. This could be a 5 mana find your Shieldred. 5 mana find your I mean, if you really go ham on all the colors, find your Time Warp. So you could play it in the Time Walk deck. You could play this in the Time Walk deck after you've Oracled of the Alpha, and then you can actually find Time Walk on only 2 mana. We have Scapeshift in the format, but we don't have anything to Scapeshift into. Because Field of the Dead is banned. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get Valakut eventually. Then you can do some gross shit. It's just kind of nice to have this card around. I mean, it also is just a very expensive Thassa's Oracle or Tainted Pack. Sometimes it's all you need. Cartel Aristocrat. White and a black for a 2/2 human advisor. With sack another creature, Cartel Aristocrat gains protection of the color of your choice until end of turn. This is one of the titular aristocrats in Aristocrats. This card rules. It is one of the best aristocrats of all time. One of the best sack outlets of all time because it protects itself. Not much to say. Played in Aristocrats. Catacomb Sifter. 1 black and a green for a 2/3 Eldrazi drone with Devoid. When Catacomb Sifter enters, you create a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. It has sacrifice this creature, add colorless mana, and whenever another creature you control dies, scry 1. This card is pretty good if you are an Aristocrats list that dips into green, or you like the reality, not reality, what the fuck is it called? Rally the Ranks style decks played this card. The Cryptolith Rites decks played this card. I don't know how well it has scaled into 2024. Especially playing the green might be a bit of a tough sell, but it is a nice thing to have, and could be a reason to look into playing those other colors. Crow Manticore. White, blue, black, red, green for a 4/4 enchantment creature Manticore with Bestow for 2 white, blue, black, red, green. Flying, first strike, vigilance, trample, lifelink. Enchanted creature gets +4/+4 and has flying, vigilance, trample, first strike, lifelink. I did those out of order and I feel like I should do it again, but I'm not going to. I don't know. It's Chromanticore. It's obviously you Soul Flare this thing, and that's pretty cool. Weirdo of Oz had like a 4, and Wormy had like a. Multiple people have had a multicolored enchantment creature deck. I think Weirdo of Oz maybe had the 5-color one. I think Wormy had. Wormy, was your version 4-color? I think it was 4-color, right? I know I've seen you play 3-color ones. But, like, I've got to imagine there is a... No, I know you did Naya. Did you not have one with, like, white and black, too? Because you killed me with that bat. I'm pretty sure you had a 4-color one. Maybe you did... Oh, maybe that's what it was. You played Esper and Naya. Well, what if we put them all together and then play Chromanticore? Other than that, I don't know where you're playing this. Maybe, like, Enigmatic Incarnation is kind of hot with this. I don't know. It's just the kind of card where it's more tempting to play than it is powerful. But that's usually the driving force behind why people do anything in 100-card singleton. Destructive Revelry. Red and a green for an instant. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller. It's a pretty good one. If you are looking for like a disenchant in an aggressive deck, Cindervines might just be better than this card, but or just playing like a Canker Bloom or whatever. But this is a totally reasonable card if you're looking for like maybe the prowessy version. Ooh, Denrova Horror. Oh yeah. Domri Raid. Weird proportions here. Jesus. 1 red and a green for a 3 loyalty planeswalker. Domri. +1. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a creature, you can reveal it, put into your hand. -2. Target creature you control fights another target creature. -7. You get an emblem with creatures you control have double strike, trample, hexproof, and haste. This card fucks. This card is so good. Oh my god. Get ready to lose to this card. If you play against a deck that plays this on turn 2 off of Mana Dork and you don't get this off the table, you are losing. You are not going to get to play Magic the Gathering. You are just it is going to take over the game. God forbid you are a control deck that just doesn't have a reasonable way of getting this off the table. Because this thing is going to keep ticking up, drawing extra cards. It's going to muck whatever you try to do to the board. And it's just going to threaten the ultimate very quickly. This card is very good. Very good. We are getting a bunch of planeswalkers that are 3 mana that are a little like outdated, but I imagine because they are 3 mana, they're going to have a little more juice. Like we are really entering this era of like 2014 Canadian Highlander. And I kind of love it without Power 9, obviously. But yeah, this card's real deal. Dragon Lord Atarka, 5 red and a green for an 8/8 legendary creature Elder Dragon. With flying and trample. When Dragon Lord Atarka enters, it deals 5 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers your opponents control. Big Mama. She hits the table, wraths the board, although 5 damage is not that much, actually. This card has gotten a lot worse as things have gotten bigger, but still, 5 mana for an 8/8 flying trample, kill your best thing, or kill your planeswalker. Maybe kill your planeswalker and some like a dork that you have. It's pretty nice. Reasonable top end for like a Gruul ramp strategy. We do have Dragonstorm, so you can Dragonstorm with this if you really want to. Or you could just be a Gruul ramp deck that has a Dragons package. Why not? Or maybe you're a Gruul ramp deck that has Dragonstorm and a Dragons package, and you just so happen to have a cool Dragonstorm line. Speaking of the cool Dragonstorm line, I guess I'll talk about Dragon Lord Kolagon. 5 black and a red for a 6/5 Elder Dragon with flying and haste. Other creatures you control have haste. Whenever an opponent casts a creature or planeswalker spell with the same name as a card in their graveyard, player loses 10 life. This is just a big dragon that gives out the dragon's haste. You probably don't need this in your Dragonstorm line. Usually, for Singleton, obviously, this last line doesn't do much, but for Singleton, the line over here can be relevant. That's it. Dragon Lord Dromoka, or Dromoka. Now, that's a big chin I can get behind. To hell with Reckless Bushwhacker. This is the chin I can stand behind. 4 green and white for a 5/7 legendary creature Elder Dragon. The spell can't be countered. Flying, lifelink. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. This card's very big. It's pretty good. It's not as bad as it looks. Obviously, it can still get mucked by swords and whatnot, but they need the answer like right away. And if they don't have it, they're just going to die to this big, beautiful dragon here. BBD. Yeah, it hits like a truck and it's tough to get rid of, except for, you know, swords and path and whatnot. But they at least have to use the mana on their turn. George, back for the 41st month. I'm caught in a time loop where I have to subscribe every month. Please help me. Tell you what, I can't do it this month, but I'll help you next month. Thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. What up? How you been? How have you been? Dragon Lord Ojutai. 3 white and a blue for a 5/4 legendary dragon. Elder Dragon with flying. And Dragon Lord Ojutai has hexproof as long as it's untapped. Whenever Dragon Lord Ojutai deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them to your hand, the rest on the bottom in a random order. We don't have a Monamo in the format, unfortunately. This card's great with Monamo. Hey, we were talking about things that were good in Vintage for like 1 month. Remember that? Remember there's a you would play Monamo and Dragon Lord Ojutai in Vintage? Not great. I'm sorry to hear that. But Path of Exile 2 releases on Friday, so you'll be no-lifing that. I haven't checked out Path of Exile 2. I haven't even checked out the first one. I never played Diablo, and I had no interest in playing Diablo. So that may kind of stop the conversation right there. Yeah, just never. Shocking, right? I've never played it. I knew a lot of people that did. Not me. Don't have a phone. Good reference. Yeah, we have Imarith, which is very similar to this. I love that stupid dragon. I love this stupid dragon. I just wish we had a better way of protecting it. I mean, maybe it's okay in like a heavy blue X, like, I mean, Imarith as well, like, as we get more cheap counterspells, these cards do get a bit better of like, you tap out, play this thing, and then you could just protect it with your remands and whatnot. But we're not quite there. And because we're also just getting cheaper removal. So we haven't hit a point where like the protection's cheap enough to combat the cheap removal that can deal with these cards. But when we get there, I think I'll be willing to give this card and Imrith another shot. Or who knows, maybe we build Jeskai Dragons. We didn't get Silumgar's Scorn, right? If we got Silumgar's Scorn... Oh, we didn't. God damn it. All right, I need to make a list of the cards that we didn't get that I would love to see. Dragonlord Silumgar. 4 blue and a black for a 3/5 flying death touch. When it ETBs, you gain control of target creature or planeswalker as long as you control Dragonlord Silumgar. This ability is cracked, but also, you know, there's Tassiger. Dreadbore at common? Bro. What? Not even uncommon? Common. I mean, it's gold. Terminate is common, technically, but what the fuck? I mean, this is good. Gladiator players rejoice. You only need to use a common wild card for an incredible get. Black and a red for a sorcery. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Great. This card rules. We have Molten Collapse, which does additional stuff. You should play both. If you are in these colors, you should play this card. It's really good. Yes, none of this affects Pauper, but I'm just saying, at common, the juice. The juice. 1 black and a green for a 3/3 plant zombie with haste and scavenge for 3 black and a green. I think we're kind of beyond the juice being a relevant thing, unfortunately. But if somebody really wants to try, I mean, I know Robber had like black-green, like aggro. Maybe this card is fine for that, but I don't know. 3-mana 3/3 haste. We're kind of past this. Fire's not really doing it. Epic Experiment. Although I played the Epic Experiment deck in Standard for a long time. But you know, not great. Fleecemane Lion. Green and a white for a 3/3 cat with Monstrosity 1 for 3 green and white. As long as Fleecemane Lion is monstrous, it is hexproof and indestructible. Selesnya idiots. Yeah, it's a cat. It's a 2-mana 3/3. They can get bigger, and if they happen to not be able to answer this card gets to be a real pain in the ass. Yes, it does go in cat type. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll put cats on the list. Oh, Frostburn Weird. That's so fucked up. Frostburn Weird is an uncommon and Dreadbore is a common? What is happening? Garruk Apex Predator. 5 black and a green for a 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker. Garruk. +1. Destroy another target planeswalker. +1. Create a 3/3 black beast token with death touch. -3. Destroy target creature. You gain life equal to its toughness. -8. Target opponent gets an emblem with whenever a creature attacks you. Gets +5/+5 and gains trample until end of turn. If you are playing the like Allison Golgari Super Friends big mana planeswalkers kind of deck, like which is a totally reasonable thing that we can do in this format now, especially because we have Toxic Delusion Damnation. This is a totally reasonable top end. You play this at the top. Maybe if you want to play Ugin, you can, but yeah, you slap this bad boy down and you just start killing things. That's it. I wouldn't play this card anywhere else. I wouldn't play this card anywhere else. Oh, I'll craft Frostburn Weird. I need to play him in Mono Blue Devotion. Gore Clan Rampager. 2 red and a green for a 4/4 beast with trample and blood rush. Red and a green. Discard Gore Clan Rampager. Target attacking creature gets +4/+4 and gains trample until end of turn. This card's great. Played in your Gruul aggressive decks, played in your Gruul X or red green X aggro decks, play it in your Gruul monsters. It's honestly fine to cast this card on 4. Like hard casting this card is totally reasonable. Uncounterable +4/+4 and trample is busted. And yeah, like you don't get the prowess trigger, but who cares? You don't get the prowess trigger, you don't get the heroic trigger, but you do get a valiant trigger. Yeah, this card will kill people. You will fucking die to this card. This is still a good Magic card that sees play in Canlander. You will die. I think Gift of the Orzhova is poop, but people love this card probably because of the artwork. But I think this card's kind of poop soup. There's a new Growing Ranks art because the original was a Seb McKinnon. We already have that. Roas is not very good. Gerard's Orders is way too expensive. Karametra is not very good. Keranos we can talk about, I guess. Keranos, God of Storms. 3 blue and a red for a 6/5 legendary enchantment creature god with indestructible. And as long as your devotion to blue and red is less than 7, Keranos isn't a creature. Reveal the first card you draw on each of your turns. Whenever you reveal a land card this way, draw a card. Whenever you reveal a non-land card this way, it deals 3 damage to any target. Very interested in playing Keranos in Gladiator. I'll play this in the Blue Moon deck I built. It's expensive, but this card can slowly take over a game. Especially in like a 2-color control deck that is just looking to clear up the board and do some gross stuff. Even in like the Rug deck, like Rug Turns, this card's pretty good because you just take this card and Clothis are like best friends. They just stick around, hard to deal with, do things that disrupt the board or kill the opponent or progress your game plan. Glad to see Keranos come around. Perfect. Gladiator is the perfect home for this card. Kiora's Follower. Green and a blue for a 2/2 Merfolk that has tap, untap another target permanent. A little awkward mana cost. It can do some cool stuff if you have Gaia's Cradle or Nykthos or whatever. We don't have Time Vault either. But it is a 2-mana 2/2 Merfolk that has a relevant ability, I guess, technically, which might actually be enough to push it into playable. Seek the Horizon? Did Seek the Horizon get new artwork? Nope. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Kiora the Crashing Wave. 2 green and a blue for a 2 loyalty legendary planeswalker, Kiora. +1 until your next turn. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to and by target permanent and opponent controls. -1, draw a card. You can play an additional land this turn. And -5, you get an emblem with at the beginning of your end step, excuse me. Create a 9/9 blue Kraken creature token. Holy shit! I've been doing this for 5 hours. 2 loyalty on the starting planeswalker. This card, I want this card to be good. I love this card, not just because of the Fish Woman, but I played this card a lot back in the day in OG Canlander, in Turbo Lands. I'm probably going to play it in some of the decks that I have listed over here. And this card can do some pretty gross things. It's so bad against any deck with Shock. So bad against any deck with Shock. Yeah. I mean, who the fuck am I kidding? I'll play it. I shouldn't. You shouldn't. I'll play it though. This is a dope get. Lotlith Troll, black and a green for a 2/1 zombie troll with trample. Discard a creature card, put a 1/1 counter on Lotlith Troll, pay a black and regenerate Lotlith Troll. While we're here, can I ask somebody, what would the What is the Scryfall syntax for looking up cards that are not on Arena that are legal in Pioneer after this set drops? Does anybody know that? Yeah, this card, if you're doing any of the Bone Zone, Graveyard kind of shenanigans, 3 animator, honestly, could play this card. This card gets real big, real quick. The Jund Delirium deck that we played, I would absolutely slam dunk this card. Really tough to deal with, gets really big, tramples over. It's just such a good Magic card. Really, really powerful Magic card. Oh, Loxodon Smiter. 1 black and a white game paper legal Pioneer. No, that just shows all the cards that are legal in Pioneer. Minus in Arena legal Pioneer. Are we sure this isn't going to catch some of the cards that... Because these new cards aren't legal in Pioneer. I guess they're not on here yet. Okay. This seems to work. Thank you very much, Wordless Rage. I believe that worked. Loxodon Smiter. 1 green and white for a 4/4 Elephant Soldier. Can't be countered. If a spell or ability an opponent controls would cause you to discard Loxodon Smiter, put it into play instead of putting it into your graveyard. We now have Loxodon Smiter, Wilt Leaf Liege, and Obstinate Baloth all on Arena, which is very funny to me. Yeah, this card's big. Is there like a popular Waste Knot deck? That would be a funny thing to do. If there's like a popular Waste Knot deck running around in Pioneer, just sleeving up 4 Smiter, 4 Baloth, 4 Wilt Leaf Liege, and then just jumping into the queues and just trying to fight people. that would actually make a good... That's a good video. I hope some Magic content creator puts that together. That would be a funny one. Yeah, this card's just a big dork that really good into the blue decks holding open mana, survives Bolt and Galvanic Discharge and whatnot. And then, you know, if the Liliana of the Veil, pretty good Magic card. And you're going to get got if you don't think about the Smiter and friends. Ooh. Liev Sky Knight. 1 white and a blue for a 3/1 human knight with flying. When it enters, you detain target non-land permanent opponent controls. Detain means that until your next turn, the permanent can't attack, block, or activate its abilities. This card, if you're in a blue-white Skies deck, this card is totally reasonable. A 3 power for 3 mana obviously has the evasion and has a pretty strong ETB, just mucking somebody's blocker or making sure that they can't crack back. Really fits into the theme of that deck. I should actually write this down because I want to play this deck too. Blue-white Skies. Yeah. It's not a huge get, but it's an interesting thing to look at if you're trying to build like a blue-white flying kind of tempo deck or a blue-white flying aggro deck, like a favorable win style deck. Why she's so small? Narset Transcendent. 2 white and a blue for a 6 loyalty planeswalker. +1, look at the top card of your library. If it's a non-creature, non-land card, you can reveal it and put it into your hand. -2, when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand this turn, it gains rebound. And -9, you get an emblem with your opponent's can't cast non-creature spells. This card is better than it looks. It actually saw some Canadian Highlander play as recent as like 2021, 2020, like pre-Modern Horizons 2. This card was still seeing some fringe Canlander play in like blue-white control or the like Seinfeld that splashed white. Really good with Time Walks, obviously. Honestly, really good with Wraths. You just play this, tick it up. You're at 7 loyalty. And then next turn, you -2 cast a Wrath. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Who fucking knows? Nothing. That's what they're going to do. Nothing. Or you just manage to stick this, tick it up to 7, and if you untap with it, you just protect it, and you get to ultimate pretty quickly. It doesn't do anything to protect itself or interact with the board. That's the big oofa doofa. And wait, F Pioneer minus in Arena minus in Pio. Okay. Yeah, this card's great. I'm going to be trying it out in Blue-White Control. I'm going to be trying it out in like, maybe there's like a Jeskai Time Walk deck, or like the Bant Time Walk deck. Like this card is really good with Time Walks. It's really good with Wrath effects. And I'm a sucker for Narset. So I'll give it a go. Oh, look how far you've fallen. Holy smokes. Night Veil Spectre. 3 hybrid Demir for a 2/3 flying specter. Whenever Night Veil Spectre deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles the top card of their library. You can play lands and cast spells from among cards exiled with Night Veil Spectre. For that mono blue devotion / mid-range deck, this card obviously saw a lot of play in this when this deck was in standard. This card saw a ton of play in mono black devotion and mono blue devotion. It hasn't really aged super well. That said, you got to play something. I'll give it a shot. Hey, it's an uncommon. I don't really need to bust a wild card to craft it. It has not aged well. It is a bit bigger than, what is it? Thief of Sanity. But Thief of Sanity doesn't really see any play. This one can hit lands, though. That's relevant. This can actually just start hitting lands and doing stuff. I guess my summary for this card is a little awkward mana cost, but we can find homes for that. It does let you just cast the cards and play their lands. It doesn't let you get around the mana cost, which is a little awkward. Like it doesn't have you can use mana of any color to cast it. And it's really nostalgic, so I might just play it. Nivix Cyclops. 1 blue and a red for a 1/4 Cyclops with Defender. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Nivix Cyclops gets +3/+0 until end of turn. And it can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. For a prowess card, this does kill people pretty quickly. Like if we're talking about, I hate its pants. What are these stupid little shorts? For a prowess card, it doesn't do too much because it's not like a Kiln Fiend style card, I guess is where I'm trying to get to this. It's not cheap. It doesn't peck away at your opponent until you start casting things. And that's not great. Being 3 mana is not great, but it does have 4 toughness, which is at least a point for it. I probably wouldn't recommend this card even if you're playing like a Boros, or not Boros, a blue-red prowess or blitz style deck. But again, like we talked about with some of the heroic cards, if you're really wanting to send, like really looking to drive that theme home, this is a reasonable card to do it. Oh, Notion Thief is already on Arena. Whoops. My beloved Nyx Weaver. 1 black and a green for a 2/3 enchantment creature spider with reach. Beginning of your upkeep, you mill 2 cards. And has pay 1 black and a green, exile it, return target card from your graveyard to your hand. What? This card's on Arena? Alright, never mind. When did this card get put on Arena? I swear to God, if this was Foundation's Jumpstart. When did this card get put on Arena? Was it in an anthology? Weird. All right. I don't even remember that. All these cards are kind of poo. This is another 5 mana bringing back a spell, but we have a bunch of 4 mana ones. Oh, yeah. Progenitor Mimic. 4 green and a blue for a 0/0 shapeshifter. You may have Progenitor Mimic enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except it has, at the beginning of your upkeep, if this creature isn't a token, create a token that's a copy of this creature. So this card looks goofy, and it kind of is. But it was an integral part of the original Seeker Walk game plan. Before we got access to Ephemerate and Friends. Where you could set up these loops where Progenitor Mimic copies your Archaeomancer, your Timeless Witness, whatever, returns the Time Walk, casts the Time Walk, and then you get to do it every single turn, right? And it does it while being a creature. So you don't actually have to cast any additional spells, right? I mean, you do probably have to cast the Time Warp, but it does it attached to a creature, which means that we can find this piece a little bit easier because we are already a deck playing a bunch of creature tutors. And for Gladiator, we don't have Spellseeker. And we don't have actual factual Time Walk. So we got to make do with the 5 mana warps that we have, but we do have 2 warps. We have a ton of Witnesses, and we have Vanifar, as well as Recruiter of the Guard. We can find this off Recruiter of the Guard. And no, that's fine. Yeah, pretty good. It's big, it's goofy, but this card can take over a game pretty quickly. Also, just like your opponent has a Fury or a Solitude in play and you just play this and they're just dead. They got to get rid of it. And if they can't, they're dead. Ooh. Rakdos's Return. X black and a red for a sorcery. Rakdos's Return deals X damage to target opponent or planeswalker, and that player or planeswalker's controller discards X cards. I could see this card being a top end for like Rakdos midrange, or for like a Jund ramp style deck, or even like Grixis control if you want to go big. We don't really have like a Mind Twist style card in our format. And like you just catch somebody, they tapped out for a threat, you kill it, untap, get rid of their hand, and kill their planeswalker or dome them out or whatever. Or they tap out, play a planeswalker, you untap, kill the planeswalker, and they lose their hand. It's not going to be as ubiquitous as this card was way back in the day, but it's still a pretty reasonable Magic card. Here's a good get. Rurik Thar. 4 red and a green for a 6/6 legendary ogre warrior with vigilance and reach. Attacks each combat if able. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Rurik Thar deals 6 damage to that player. Big boy. Big boy. Really big boy. Boys. They're pretty good. If you're playing like a red-green ramp deck or like a sneak attack deck or whatever, like if you're a deck that is going to be able to cast this kind of card, this is a great card to cast. It's big. It's pretty good defensively in defensive terms as well. And it just, God, it is the absolute, like, you better have the answer. If you don't have the answer, you are screwed. Because if you don't have the answer and you have to like consider to find the answer, too bad. You're taking 6. And then you got a damnation. Well, you're taking another 6. Just really hard to get off the table, aside from like Death Touchers or big blockers, which can deal with it, but it's annoying enough that I'm not stoked because I tend to play the cards and the decks that don't like this thing. So I'm not excited, but I'm excited for the people that want to, do this shit, I guess. Sarkhan Unbroken. 2 green, blue, and a red for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. +1, draw a card, add 1 mana of any color. -2, make a 4/4 red dragon token with flying. And -8, search your library for any number of dragon creature cards and put them into play. Why is everybody saying this thing looks like a condom? I guess it kind of looks like a condom. I don't know. It looks like Looks more like a bullet or like lipstick to me. Or like a, I mean, it does just look like a spyglass. Yeah, this card's not very good. People will play it. People will play it. That's it. I don't know. Like, it is a planeswalker that adds mana and draws cards every turn, can make a dragon. I should probably play dragons at some point in time. Dragons? Question mark? Yeah. Dragons. Here's an actual banger. Selesnya Charm. Green and a white for an instant. Choose one. Target creature gets +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. Exile target creature with power 5 or greater. Or make a 2/2 night token with vigilance. This card does a lot of things. 1. Pushes through damage or saves your creature with the +2/+2 and trample. Exiles their big creature, which is pretty good. Just kill their biggest thing. Or makes a flash 2/2 blocker to kill a small thing. Or just makes a creature if you don't have any pressure. This card's great. Really underrated Magic card. Probably should see more play in Highlander as well. Pushing through damage is great. Exiling a Murktide is great. Gets rid of their Minskin or their Boo token. You know, makes a 2/2. So they, even if they like play Minskin, make it do a 4/4 smash, or like end of turn, make a 2/2 untap, hit your Minskin Boo for 2, and or maybe play another thing and kill them. Card's great. Card's really good. Highly recommend playing this Magic card. Highly recommend playing this Magic card. I'd play it in green-white decks. Sin Collector. 1 white and a black for a 2/1 human cleric. When Sin Collector enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand, and you pick an instant or sorcery card from it and exile that card. This card probably hasn't aged particularly well. If you're on like an Esper 3 animator deck or an Esper Humans deck and you want some like an ETB that disrupts them, you could play this thing. But it really hasn't aged well. Like Nimble Larcenist is just a better version of this card. But yeah, it's like the Larcenist costs Esper. That's artifact, sorcery, or instant, and has flying. I don't know. It's like the decks that I could see playing this that I would be interested in playing are the ones that are already playing blue. And then you just have a better version. No, not the promo. I fucking hate this promo. I hate this promo. I hate this art so much. I hate this fucking art so much. Oh, it's so gross. I hate this shit. I thought I got away from this card. I thought I never had to look at this card ever again. This would actually make a good emote, huh? This would make a great emote. This would make a great emote. It's so bad. Ooh. Huh? The hell is this? Sire of Insanity. I bet it was Noah Bradley. No, it's yeah, it's the guy. It's the Peter Moorbacher. The all of the above. The guy that got canceled for all of the above. 4 black and a red for a 6/4 demon. With at the beginning of each end step, each player discards their hand. This card is messed up. This is such a good reanimation target. As long as your opponent doesn't have anything, like doesn't have much going on, yeah, you just fucking reanimate this thing and it's game over. If you get this down early enough, it's game over. 4 toughness though, not as good as it used to be nowadays. But like you get this on the board quick enough, and they're fucked. Thank God Reanimate is banned in our format. Thank God. Ooh, Skyrider Elf, 2-mana 2/2 flyer. Let's go. Storm Chaser Mage. Blue and a red for a 1/3 human wizard with flying prowess and haste. Fun fact, I called this the best card from Oath of the Gatewatch. This card's not very good. Maybe if you're like really all in on the wizard's plan, or just like really looking to max out your prowess threats, this card can be fine. But like this card, I feel so betrayed by this card. I was so excited. I was like, yo, it's got flying, it's got haste, it pitches to your Force of Will, pitches to your Pyrokinesis. This shit hits them in the air. You cast one spell and it's out of fucking bolt range. This is the best card for Canadian Highlander from Oath of the Gatewatch. And then it was dog shit, dude. It was dog shit. So maybe it still is dog shit. Unexpected results. Probably not for 100 card singleton. This card's in Foundations. Urban Evolution's not very good. I wouldn't recommend playing Wear Tear, but it is kind of nice that we now have Wear Tear on Arena. It's a split card or a fuse card. It's a fuse card. Ooh, wait, no, we have this Xenagos. We have this Xenagos. We didn't have this Xenagos. This Xenagos is really good. Although it maybe it's a little outclassed. Why is he so small? Why'd they scale down the size of the planeswalkers and all this? That seems very tough. 2 red and a green for a 3 loyalty planeswalker, Xenagos. +1. Add X mana of any add X mana in any combination of red and or green where X is the number of creatures you control. 0. Make a 2/2 red-green satyr token with haste. -6. Exile the top 7 cards of your library. You can put any number of creature and or land cards from among them into play. I've ultimated this card like once. They're usually just dead after you make a bunch of 2/2s with haste, or you have a Gaia's Cradle activation every turn. Yeah, this card's pretty good. I don't know how well it's aged comparatively to some of the other cards. But this card can take over a game, can really get you to some very high mana thresholds. Yeah, I'm going to be playing this in like the Hoof deck. Maybe it's not good enough for Gruul Monsters, but like, I don't know. Some of these cards, it's tough because like this card is okay when it comes to like mid-range stuff, but probably not anymore. And you mostly like you wanted this because you played it. You would make blockers or creatures repeatedly, and then you also you're like, oh, I drew my Hoof from my Green Sun or whatever. I'm just going to win the game. Very weird card to evaluate in 2024, but I'm excited to play with it and try. Void Winnower is the only colorless card here that I'm really excited for. 9 mana, 11/9. Your opponents can't cast spells with even mana values. 0 is even. And your opponents can't block with creatures with even mana values. Yeah, your opponents can't even is basically the whole shtick for this card. It's a good reanimation target. A little awkward in Gladiator considering how diverse the removal is though. But still, it's the kind of thing where it's like, hey, your tokens aren't blocking this. I just get to kill the things that can, and I'm just going to smush you in a couple of hits. Reasonable reanimation card. All these artifacts are pretty bad. We don't have Chain Veil combos. Ooh, Haven of the Spear Dragon for the dragon deck. We got a bunch of these creature lands, but they're not good comparatively. Like Lumbering Falls is fine. I guess we can go through them. Hissing Quagmire, I guess it's okay for a 2-color deck Comes into play tapped, adds black or a green. 1 green and a black becomes a 2/2 Death Touch elemental. Reasonable creature land. Probably fine if you're exactly black-green. You're not replacing Restless Cottage with this card. You're probably playing them both. Same for Lumbering Falls. ETB tapped, adds blue or green. Pay 2 blue and green, becomes a 3/3 blue-green hexproof creature. Much better to close out in like a control deck, but also a little slow. Needle Spires. This one's very expensive. It can kill people pretty reasonably, but very expensive. Not sure how many tap lands you want to play in like a Boros aggro deck. And I don't think you want to play this anywhere else. ETB tap, adds red or green, pay 2 red and adds red or white. Pay 2 red and white, becomes a 2/1 red-white double striker. That 1 toughness is a big killer for this card. Old Shambles. Shambles is a lot nicer, though. This one I could see people playing because the Restless Fortress or whatever it's called sucks. EDB tapped, pay white or a black, tap for white or a black, and pay 1 white and a black, becomes a 2/3 white-black lifelink creature. This one's good. I still like this card. I actually kind of like this card in Highlander. Like the lifelink is pretty nice. And I like creature lands in Highlander. I guess I'll finish the cycle before talking about the best land that we're getting. Wandering Fumarole. Taps for red and a blue, pay 2 red and a blue, becomes a 1/4 with pay 0, switch this creature's power toughness until end of turn. This one's actually pretty good. I'd play this in like Blue Moon. Blue-red lands are, they're a lot better because you're trying to do the Counterspell or Scorching Shot or Counterspell or Brotherhood's End sort of thing. And like, yeah, you just peck at them for 1 or for 4. Ideally you're hitting them for 4. You don't want to do this into their open removal because it's, yeah. As Sibwa was saying, bolt this in response to the activation. I don't know if I want to play this plus Crackdown. That's not particularly good. It's kind of funny for limited purposes, but not for what we're doing here. And then the last land is Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. Legendary land, each land is a swamp in addition to its other land types. Great. We do have Dread Presence, the 4-mana 3/3 that when a swamp ETBs, you can either draw a card and lose a life or dome something for 2 and gain 2. Yeah, this card's great. We don't have Cabal Coffers. I'm trying to think of the other cards that we have. Scapeshift Dread Presence with this card's kind of nice. It's just kind of a nice card to have. It's one that people have been asking for. Yeah, we have Cabal Stronghold. I don't know if I'd be playing Cabal. Like, you could run the like mono green. You could rock the mono green ramp where you're just like mono forests, but then you have Urborg and Cabal Stronghold. Wouldn't recommend it. And then lastly, I just want to quickly go through the cards that we didn't get to see if there's any like standouts. There are some that we've mentioned. I'm just going to very quickly comment on them. Advent of the Worm, not really playable, but it was like an iconic card and saw a ton of play in that standard environment. So wild to not see it reprinted. Aegis of the Gods, or Aegis of the Gods rather. 2 mana, 2/1 enchantment creature, human soldier. You have hexproof. Really powerful hate bearer in certain matchups. It's a cheap enchantment creature that also has a relevant creature type, or 2 of them if you're nasty. Kind of shocked that this card didn't see play. I imagine that this is going to be one of the cards that they add through something. Bunch of bad energy cards. There's the Minecraft card. A Johnny's Presence. 1 mana, instant. Any number of target creatures each gets +1/+1, gain indestructible until end of turn, and then it has Strive for 2 and a white. Maybe we haven't seen any Strive cards, right? Maybe there's an issue with Strive coding, or it's just not a particularly powerful or interesting mechanic. This Ajani, very expensive, but did see some play in standard. Excuse me. No, not Ally Encampment. No Alchemist File, shaking my head. 2-mana artifact, ETB draw a card, pay 1 generic, tap, sack, target creature can't attack or block. Wait, was that the... Oh, that was the whatchamacallit. Right, we have the Kaladesh one. Good one, Sibwell. No monkey? No Angel of Serenity. Probably outclassed, but this card was a huge player in that standard environment. And it's an angel. You would imagine they'd be like, hey, let's print this big angel because people are going to want to open or play with an angel, right? Like, it's like dragons. You don't skip adding dragons to your set. You don't skip adding angels because they sell packs. Anointer of Champions, a bit of a weird one too. I mean, this card obviously not playable for Pioneer or whatever, but this card saw a lot of standard play. 1 mana, 1/1, tap, target attacking creature gets +1/+1. Probably maybe a bit too good for limited, but I played the hell out of this card. Aerishan Foremost is kind of funny. The archetypes, I gotta imagine these are just tough to implement, or they're just hard to fit into the limited environment, because if you play one, people are going to be like, where are the other ones? Armada Worm looks like a cock. Just maybe they couldn't find, they didn't want to commission new art. I've never seen a card that looks more like a cock. Just as I've gotten older and moved from the haha penis worm, I just look at this card and I wonder, how did this get through? And then I realize they are still printing cards like that Giralf, right? Like they're printing cards that have the name like Flesh Right. Ikatarka. Axebane Guardian. This is a wild one to exclude. 2 and a green for an 0/3 human druid with Defender that taps at X mana to your mana pool, where X is the number of creatures with Defender you control. We have Overgrown Battlement on Arena. Feels like that would be kind of a cool archetype to introduce for players, especially like Brawl players. Bit of a weird one to exclude, in my opinion. No, I wanted to get that. Oh, I screwed it up already. Bear of Silence. Slivers is kind of fun. Yeah, that Tarka kills with Dragonstorm, right? Beck Call. Another kind of an odd one, especially because they've implemented fuse cards. Maybe it's just tough to print. But the Beck side especially, the green and blue, whenever a creature enters the battlefield this turn, you may draw a card. Cool kind of card. Yeah, these are the ones not on Arena after all of the stuff that we're getting here. No Biovisionary feels a little weird, because this is, again, something that people want to, like, play. You know? Like, Biovisionary is a fun build around, get people to build a Brawl deck sort of thing. No Blister Pod. It's a cheap Eldrazi. This card's really good. 1 mana, 1/1, devoid in green. When it dies, you put a 1/1 Eldrazi Scion token into play. And has sack this creature, add 1 generic mana. That's a really good Magic card. Surprised we didn't see that one. No Papa Gizmo is a big one. Like, there are just some... We don't have Goryo's Vengeance, but there are some combo decks that can just kill with that. No Bow of Nylea, Spear of Heliod, and friends. No Burning Earth. Burning Earth is kind of dope. And there's so many fucking cards here. I don't know if I want to do all of them. This stream has been online for over 5 hours. Maybe I'll do this in my own time, and maybe I'll talk about them, or we'll cover them on another stream or something. Whatever. We're already this far. You're in it for the long haul, chat. Call it the Conclave. 2 mana makes a 3/3. That's just a Watch Wolf right there. I mean, thankfully, I can just kind of catch them. We didn't get the Chandra. What? Wait, did we get everyone except for Chandra? What? Did I just miss Chandra? I must have just missed Chandra, right? There's no way, right? I missed Chandra. They didn't print the Chandra? Bro, what are you doing? It's Chandra. There are people with literal Chandra typal decks. There are cards that care about Chandra. Wild. This is wild. Because this is like a cool limited card too. Jesus. No Chandra, huh? Chandra's Phoenix. Dope card. Big fan of this card. Surprised that's not there. Ooh, the Chronic. You know, this card saw type 2 play, or standard play. The Chronic was dope. We don't have actual factual clone. We'll never get a 4-mana clone. Possibly one of the funniest things Surge has ever said. Cloud Form. This one's actually kind of a bit of a loss. 1 blue for an enchantment. When it ETBs, it becomes an aura with enchant creature, and you manifest the top card and attach Cloud Form to it. And then the enchanted creature has flying and hexproof. So it's a cool card for the like Bogle style decks because it's a flying hexproof creature, but it's also an enchantment, and you're probably playing other enchantments in your deck. So it gives you a hexproof creature you can like tutor for with some enchantment tutors, or like trigger your Sithis or whatnot. Weird exclusion. Codex Shredder. This is bullshit. Give me my shreds, my big shreddies. I need my shreddies, please. Oh, there are so many cards. Consuming Fervor. This card's quite good for aggressive red decks too. 1 red, enchanted creature gets +3/+3 and has at the beginning of your upkeep put a -1/-1 counter on it. That's a wild one to exclude. Wow, there are just a surprise. Yeah, it's color shifted from an unstable mutation. There are some wild cards that they left out here. I mean, again, for a limited environment, you're not going to be able to get everything. Cryptghast. God damn. No Cryptghast? That sells packs. Cryptghast sells packs. And also just like, you know, you play your stupid mono black brawl deck or whatever. You're just like, yeah, I want to play this card. I don't know why I'm taking it out on mono black brawl players, but Daxos, another kind of odd one to keep out because it's a commander. Cheap commander. Oh, Deathmiss Raptor, how far you've fallen. Yeah, no Deadbridge Chant. Feels a little weird. No Den Protector? Damn, this card rules. Den Protector's dope. Deputy of Acquittals, also kind of an interesting one to not include. Same with Deploy the Gatewatch. You're adding all these Planeswalkers. You'd think you'd want this card. Oh, we didn't get fucking Diabolic Tutor. I mean, we have like Mastermind's Insight and stuff. Dictate of Karametra is a legit miss. Would love to have Dictate of Karametra. I mean, there are some cards here that I could probably include. No Doomwake Giant? Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Doomwake? No Doomwake Giant? No Dragon Hunter? Give me my Savannah Lions, please. Please give me my Savannah Lions. No Drowner of Hope? Very odd. I mean, have they... No Eidolon of Countless Battles? This would have been great in that like Sanctum Stompy style deck. Oh, did they just not put any of the Eldrazi? Oh, well, that's a pretty big faux pas. Like, no Elixir of Immortality? Come on. There's so many cards here. 600 out of 2,300. Maybe I don't want to do this. Tell you what, chat. I'm going to keep doing this until I see a card that its exclusion tilts me out. Okay. Wait, what? I'm going to keep doing this until I see a card, until I see an exclusion that tilts me out that isn't Engulf the Shore. Because Engulf the Shore would have been great for Big Blue. Would have loved that card in Big Blue. Expedition Envoy. Veggies would have been kind of cool. Although we have a bunch of those cards. Fnatic is a... I mean, Fnatic probably hasn't aged too well, but... Totally reasonable Magic card. All right, yeah, I'm out. I'm out. There's no Fire Drink. Why no Fire Drinker Satyr? I'm out. I'm out. I'll do the rest of the page. I'll do the rest of the page, but no Fire Drinker Satyr? No, I'm out. Damn. I know that there's a ton of cards that they couldn't get. No Fire Drinker Satyr? No Flesh Blood either. I mean, that makes sense. They're a competitor. But Flesh Blood, this card is kind of dope because it has like a fling effect attached to it. Would have liked that. Right, I'll do one more page. But no Fire Drinker Satyr? What do you mean no Fire Drinker Satyr? All right, tell you what, I'll do the whole thing. Forerunner of Slaughter, 2-mana 3/2 that can give haste. That card's not the worst. Ooh, From Beyond is dope. This card kind of pisses me off that it is not here. Frontline Medic. That was a cool one. I can quit whenever I want. I can quit whenever I want. Okay. Okay. Legitimately, Gate Creeper Vine not being on it. You put Gates in the set. You have Maze's End. You put Maze's End and Gates in the set. And you don't give me the Gate Creeper Vine? No, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing the No Holds Barred Vintage Cube. That's what I'm going to be doing. I thought I'd be able to do it tonight as well, but it turns out our set review took 5.5 hours. You know, what you gonna do? Yeah, thanks for watching. Reminder that all the stuff goes up on YouTube if you want to watch the VODs. There was a new Shivam We Are Love Magic that came out on Monday where we talked about Shards of Alara. If you want to support me, you can go to patreon.com/bwheelermtg, and there's a free Discord you can join. And you can commiserate with everybody else about why they didn't add Gate Creeper Vine. Or, honestly, Gather Courage is kind of a big miss, too. Genesis Hydra? Gear per Aether Grid? Oh, come on. I'm on tilt. I can't stop. I can't stop. Gate Creeper Vine should have been the end. But I can't stop. No gnarled scar hide? All right, that's it. I'm dropping you kids off somewhere. I'm dropping you kids off somewhere. Tell you what, Alan's doing some CDH. You want to watch some CDH? Great. You don't want... Wait, what the fuck is that card doing in CD? Oh, it's casual EDH. That's a different kind of CDH. It's casual. I repeat, casual. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.